Hello, everybody. Alexander Smith coming live at you. I'm waiting for people to show up because the reason why I'm doing this live tonight is because what happened is Friday I rabbled on, and what happened is some of the names that were in the wheel didn't get pulled. So basically, what happened is the people that were on the wheel, some get pulled, some didn't. The other thing is when we do the wheel, there's supposed to be somebody who ends up with first prize. On Friday, that didn't happen. So the first one was better than the last one. Exactly, Irish Collector, the thing where there wasn't a first prize picked out on Friday because somebody came up the stairs. I'm okay, but there's something I shouldn't have said that I should have kept my mouth shut to, because Lucky Star is a supporter of George, and it shouldn't have got mentioned because who Lucky supports is none of my business, and it wasn't meant for to be taken out Lucky at all. There was just that certain things have been bothering me, and what happens is I tend to get friendly with certain people, and when I see things that's not right, I will say things as in about what I feel. And when Lucky appeared in here, I should have just said fuck all and got on with it. But because I felt that she is a sort of, I wouldn't say a supporter, she's more a friend, and when I take on or get close to people, I tend to make them aware, or I will watch their back. And when I see something that's not what I think it should be, I will say how I feel about that. And that's what happened. And I should have just kept quiet and said nothing, because it is none of my business. But as Alec does, he cannot keep his trap shut when it needs to be, and just will come out with it bluntly, because I'm not one for as in keeping things to myself. I let it bottle up, or things bottle up, and when things bottle up, I blurt it out, because I end up, it's like as if my head is going to explode. And that's what the channel's all about, because it's my channel and I'm the host. And if people don't like what they hear, I'm sorry, don't be a supporter of the channel. The reason why I bought the channel was because I felt that I wanted to put something on the table. And when I put something on the table, I will put my heart and soul into it. And that's exactly what I did. But I've always been as in about auctions and whatever else and buying things up from different places because my father used me or took advantage of my good nature and took me along for the ride. And basically, when I was suspended from school, from high school, my mother took me down to where he was working and said, "You deal with him." So he then took over and decided he would then, as in, use me for his own devices, which meant then that I was the dog's general body, which at the weekends or whatever, or when he could, as in ask me to do things to help him to make his life easier, as in at work or when he was self-employed, I was rubbing down motors and all sorts to make him money. And that's how I've always been. When I become at the age of 14, I ended up got my own confectionery round because I wasn't to lay in bed all day, according to him. Then I started doing my own confectionery round and liked working with people and got on well with people. But of when the marriage broke up in 2015, my head was all over the place. I didn't know where I was coming or going, which took a long time for my head to then come together. And when I felt isolated, I then joined YouTube, and it helped through the difficult time that I was going through. This is why I decided to build a game, because I have overstock from Lemonhead penny auctions, the community, as and when there's things going on in the community, and also from Joe Durbin. And there's boxes that I haven't opened yet. That, as you can see, Irish Collector is a £14 box with mixed lots of stuff in it. Some of the stuff I keep. Some of the stuff I keep. The reason why I keep it is because it means then that I have specimens. Because when you do not have stock and you just have pictures, people don't believe you actually own it or you have it. So my way of proving that I do either own it or I can get it, I show it. And that's why I do it for. I show it so I can prove that I am not bullshitting. Because there is people on YouTube that basically can talk a good talk, but they're a load of BS. They cannot prove that to others. They can only say they have done it. The difference is I can show it, I can prove. So that's why I do it. And the reason why we're doing this tonight is to basically pull the names out. And also, I said to Andrew I was coming on because I was getting my tea. I was having a bit of a takeaway tonight because I decided to treat myself. And also, the people that are in the chat will have the choice to go in their package, to go in their packet, either a Lowell quarter or a 1983 quarter. So you have to pick as neither if you want a Lowell quarter or a 1983 quarter to go in your package. That is my way of apologising. The reason why I need to do an apology is because certain names didn't get pulled. It wasn't about, as in saying about the thing of, because I shouldn't have pulled Lucky up. And I wasn't pulling Lucky up. I was just saying what I thought, as in because I have seen what's going on, as in on that channel, and I haven't seen anybody showing their winnings. But the difference is, when you come to my channel and we do the wheel, you will, now mark my words, and I'm going to say this clearly, and I'm going to say it twice, or maybe I'll do it slowly. If you're on the wheel, you get a minimum prize, which you will receive within time, sent to wherever it needs to go. The reason why we have built, there is no we, there's only me and my conscience, and I got that off of my friend Pete, which is SWRNC, which I always watch. We, as in me and my conscience, you will receive your package within time. The reason we have built the shipping fund is to help pay for the international recorded deliveries, because when I send them over to America, I do them international tracked, which means they have an identification. What it means is they have an identification number that I can email you, or I can send you through Messenger and say, this is your tracking number, and actually show it to you in black and white. Hi Oz. That is the reason why I have done the shipping fund. The shipping fund is there. The shipping fund is there to help pay for the costs. So that money is not getting used up to buy coins. The way that I buy coins is from, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. The money I get from that buys my coins, buys my stuff, because I don't drink. I haven't got a girlfriend at the moment. I don't smoke. So I have no enjoyment whatsoever. The only enjoyment I have is coming on with you guys. And that's why I did it. Because I have an addiction. I'll say it now, I have an addiction to buying coins. It doesn't matter what kind of coins it is. It could be clad, it could be proof, it could be elongated pet, it could be elongated pennies, it could be Canadian coins, it can be foreign, because I have a thing about anything to do with animals or even history, because I noticed that a few of the coins had some of their British history on them. Now, I'm not going to turn around and say, well, that shouldn't be on certain coins. I'm not going to say that. But it's nice to see that history on a coin and think, well, that history is correct. That period of history is correct. So it's been verified that history did happen. It's not what you call as in fiction. It's not just made up in a book. Andrew, if that's what you like buying coins, you buy coins. If that's what you like. It's different if you're going over your means and spending your money and your missus is turning around and saying, by the way, blah, 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 and giving you as in hell's bells. If she's not giving you hell's bells indoors, then you keep buying them if you can afford them. If you like them, you buy them. If that's what you like doing. If that is your pastime and you like doing it, Irish is right. Irish is correct. Exactly. It's hard to stop when you start because you start at whatever it is, but then you don't realise that there's a full collection, and you go, well, I need to get the next year date and the following year date and the year, because it ends up, it's like a series. It's like watching EastEnders or Coronations. It's like watching Coronation Street or EastEnders, and it's like a series that never ends. It's the same with coins; it never ends because you see one and you go, "I really like that. I like the condition of that coin. I like the thing we has and what it's on it." And there's always a reason of why you like it, like that coin. But you then end up realising, hold on a minute, there's a full series of them. So it ends up one and keeps going. He says, I just don't tell her. My mum's like that now. She's like that. Oh no, how many more's coming in? She's like that. The place is going to be overruled by coins, and she's like, we'll be no more space in this house. When is it going to stop? And I'm like, it's all right, I'll sort it, I'll fix. Well, one of my old man's tricks. It's all right, I'll fix it, I'll sort it. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll sort it. I'll get it sorted. Don't worry. Aye, right. You just don't tell how much the coin is, or how much you've actually spent in the coin. But the difference is, some people like. I'll show you one. Well, we're going to do the wheel. I think Irish collector's name was pulled out. No, because they coins there, which I called him. I don't know if I'm right. I called him generic ones, as in that's a Troy ounce. That's a 1 ounce. But them are like 40. Some of them start about 40 odd. So they're about 40 odd pound, and that's only in one coin. I've seen coins that when at coin ops last night, and there was a actual penny, and it was an S. I think it was an S over D. That coin that was wanting to start at 100. No, it wasn't 100. It was $350 was the starting price. Yet it was $350. So it was, and it was an S over D. And I was like, well, that's all in one coin. And I was like, it's only a 1 cent. It was only 1 cent, and because it was graded, but it was an S over D. It was an S over D. That's exactly what it said on the actual slab itself. It had actually been graded, and it said S over D. Because I'm like, show me it again, Robert. I was like, show me that again, as in at coin ops. because I thought, well, if Lemonhead is not going to do it anymore, then I need to find another source. And I've got a source still available, as in Joe Durbin's, but everybody goes into Joe Durbin's, so it's hard to get the stuff that we really want, or what we would like to get for the wheel, as in with silver. So to try and buy it, we're paying over everybody else to try and win it. And I was like, no, I don't really want to go that way, that route. I want to try and get it without as in overpaying for stuff, because it means then we can keep it to a certain budget, as in for the wheel, because it's not about the coins themselves. It's about all of us. It's about all of us to enjoy ourselves. It's not just about me. It's about the channel growing. But it's not just about the channel growing. It's about the whole community being part. It's about the whole community being part of it. Being part of it. That was the whole idea. That was the whole idea for us all to grow. But the thing is, here I need to buy it from other people to then actually give it back to you guys, as in do it that way, because I don't like anybody being out of pocket, and I don't like asking for free stuff. I don't like going to somebody and saying, oh, by the way, can I get that stuff? And them turn around and saying, well, because they're thinking to themselves, well, how the hell is he going to pay for it? Is he going to pay for it, or is he going to pay me the postage cost to send it over? I don't see why anybody should give anybody anything for free. But the thing is, as in there's rules and regulations, as in with YouTube and whatever else, as in certain laws. So you've got to stay within the laws. And that's exactly what I was doing. Because I was like, well, okay, right, if there's a thing about raffles and spots, if that is if I'm not saying it is, if that is classed as if that is classed as gambling, right? So you have to have a gambling license, right? So if you have to have a gambling license, it means you need to go to the correct authorities and say, look, this is the idea I've got. This is what's going to go. This is what's going to happen. Them turn around and say, well, you need to put in for a license. So then you end up, you have to give police checks and whatever else as in to get that license, right? Because it's like an alcohol license, right? Now, if that's the case, I says, let's stay in within that law. So that's when I come up with the idea of the donations for the postage fund, because the whole idea was to try and get rid of all the overstock that I've got. Because as Andrew says, it's like Andrew laughs about it, right? Andrew laughs about it and says, Alex got more rolls than Greg's. That's true. Because when you start with one sense, you wanting just not one of the years, you wanting all of the years. That is funny, Andrew. Laying slabs. Well, that's what they're called. It's called a slab. That's what they call it. That's what they call that. That's what they call that. They call that a slab. That's what it's called. It's not called a plastic case. We see it as a plastic case. But that's as in a slab. That's what they call a slab. But that one is not a higher grade because it's not done by Annex or PCGS. That's done by International Numismatic Bureau. That's what it says on it. But I like the coin, and I think it's nice to have that coin in a slab, because when that coin gets slabbed, that cost the person a few quid at least to get that slabbed, to send that away, get graded, and then for them, so it had to get sent there. So the person paid the money to get it sent there. Then he paid for it to get graded. Then he paid for it to get graded, and then he had to pay the money for it to get it sent back. So that is cost him a few quid, as in just for that, and whatever price that they put on it might have not been the price that he wanted or that person wanted, because that one says it's a 2006 D Jefferson, 5 cents. It's return to Monticello, but it says gem brilliant uncirculated. So that's what it's telling you. It's a return on Monticello. That's what they call it. So that's what that is. That's what they put on that. It's saying return on Monticello. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I've decided, because I got a full load of them. What happened is Joe came up with this in the auction, and he kept going like that, and I kept seeing them like that, as in he just kept putting them down like that, and I kept saying, go on then, just keep going. And as soon as I seen the slabs getting put there, I was like, I'm on them, I'm on top of them. But it was a full 5, they were full, because they're nickel, that's a nickel, that's a 5 cent, that's what that is, that's a 5 cent, that's a 5 cent, that's a nickel, that is an actual nickel. But it's because it's in a slab, I was like, right, let's put these as first prizes. That's why I started buying a couple of rounds, because I'm like, right, if that says 999 fine copper, as in they look good, and I was like, okay, forget about the price of what they are, right? Because eventually in time, what will happen is certain metals, the value of them eventually will go up and up and up and up and up, because they're more desired. So the price of them will keep going up, as in when they're more desired. So the value of them every year will go up, but they'll also come down as well. So sometimes they'll be like, they'll say, maybe say £20 or £30 in the book, and then the next book will say it's slightly dropped in value. But that's the way metals is. It's the same as gold and silver. Gold and silver does the same. Gold and silver goes up, drops a bit, and then goes back up again. It goes back up again. So it does. The Irish pre-decimal on the cent book. The cent book 1909 to 1958. That's exactly, this is Irish. That's exactly what it's in them. See the prizes that you're getting now. That's exactly what's inside them. Is the Wheaties. That is the Wheaties. Because I went through, as in I bought, what happened is I was buying, when it started off with, right, I was buying Canadian nickels, right? And as I was buying the Canadian nickels, Lemonhead says, do you know want the other ones? And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, as in the one sense, and I'm like, they're yuck. I was like, I used to think them as yucky, right? And I was like, they're yucky, right? And he's like, no, he's like, you don't realise the price of what these are. There's a value of these 1 cents. And I'm like, is there? And he started showing me other ones, but nicer ones. And I was like, oh, they're not as bad as what I think they are. So that's when it started off. And then eventually, I didn't know that Lemonhead Penny was into pennies. That's why he's named Lemonhead Penny, right? But as the auctions were going on, there wasn't just 1 cents coming up. There was other things as well. So then that's when I started buying, as in bits and pieces. But as I was collecting over the 3 years that I've been collecting, I've been getting 1 cent, not the rest. So I've managed to acquire some of them, but the key dates and stuff like that, the ones that are key dates and the ones that are more scarcer, it's been harder to find. And that's why I started. And I was like, well, if he hasn't got them, I wonder if there's anybody else in the community that I can get them off of. And that's what's happened. Because if I can't get them from somewhere else, I'll go to somebody else and say, right, can I get them off of you? But I'll try and do it in a diplomatic way because I know that some of them are worth good money. And I'm like, well, if they're worth good money and they know about them, they're not going to give them to us as in for lesser value, because there's a face value, as you well know, right, which is only a 1 cent. But there's more of a numismatic value. So we're paying the numismatic value to actually get them to put into your own collections, to turn around and say, right, we've got these. Because in 1909, like your 1909 VDB and your 1909S VDB is really hard to get a hold of. Andrew's right, because I've got that's what that is. That's wheats. That's wheats. That's wheats. Because what I do is I take it, but see the ones that I don't like. I see the ones I don't like, as in see if they're spotty or whatever. I chip them. I'm like, it's no good, no good, no good, no good. So when I go through them, I don't search. See, when I'm going into a roll, I don't search for errors and varieties. I'm searching for the better ones, the better looking ones. That's what I'm searching for, the better looking ones. Because there's a commercial, as Lemonhead says, he goes, if you don't like them, send them back. Because that was what the big fight was in Conons was, if you think I've diddled you and blah, 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 and behind me I've ripped you up, send them back. I'll give you your money back. And I was like, no. He's like, you don't realise that there's a commercial value to them. There's 3 cents. They're worth 3 cents a piece. They're actually worth 3 cents, as in the ones. And I was like, well, how do you? I'm like, and that's what I said to him. Maybe I'm being too picky in these coins. Maybe I'm being too picky, because if they're no good to me, I won't sell them on to somebody else, or they won't give them to somebody else. But I went like that with the better ones. I went, the ones are better, the ones are better, the ones are better, the ones are better, and put them into tubes. Went, right, they're worth as in sending to people, because I don't want people come to me. I don't need the hassle of people coming shouting and screaming at me saying, I bought this off you, or I got this off you and I'm unhappy. I don't like people being unhappy. That upsets me when I see people unhappy. I want people to be able to turn around and say, I got a good deal off Alec, or I really got this off Alec. I really liked that. I wished I could get more. Because that's the whole idea. I'm not doing it for the short term. I'm doing it in the long term. It's a long-term project. But when I do a long-term project, it's the love of it. It's the actual love and the labour of it that I like. I get that enjoyment. That's the part that I get a buzz out of. It's the searching for it and actually getting a hold of it and going, I got a hold of this, and I'm like, yes. That's the ones I've been looking for. That's the ones I've been looking for. But if I get doublers, I'm like, well, I don't need the doublers. I don't need to hold on to the doublers. So I'm like, well, I might as well give them to somebody else for them to enjoy them. And that's what I'm doing. I'm putting a lot of stuff that I've collected off of Lemonhead, and I'm putting it back into the community. But I was thinking, how do I put it back into the community? Do I just give it to them, or do I make it so that it's fun, as in for them to get it, but don't just get it like in a big lot, as in big clumps. Give them it at a bit at a time. Just give them it a bit at a time, because that's what they like. A lot of them like that idea as in a bit at a time, because they want to keep coming back, because that's what you're doing. You've enticed them in. So that's what you've done. It's like it's like going fishing, and you put out the line, you cast the line out, and you're waiting, but you've got the bait on it. So my bait is like as in my coins. So I've got the rod and I went like that, and I threw it out like that, cast it, and I'm waiting for the bait to take it. But as the bait's taking it, I'm like that, and I'm wheeling it in at a bit at a time. So I'm like that. But nobody's getting caught. This is the thing, nobody's getting conned. I'm not taking money illegitimately. I'm not taking money off you guys illegitimately. I'm saying to you, all you have to do is to help, but I'm saying to you it's not compulsory. So I'm trying to come up with other ideas for to actually manage for that shipping pot fund. But the thing is, if I do other work, it means then it's other work on my shoulders. It means then it's more time to put into that, which means then it's less time to do videos and do as in content, because it's taking the time away for that day. And that's the whole idea behind it. That's the whole idea, because at one stage I was like, I know, because I had to stop because I was like, well, if we use it up, if I give it to you, then I can't put it on the wheel. So I was like, well, I've got to I was like, well, what do I do here? And I was like, I felt bad. I was like, I feel horrible for doing this to Andrew. And I'm like, I feel horrible. I was like, but I just don't have enough. And I was like, I need to do something. And I was like, well, but you are still getting a bite of the cherry, because I was quite prepared, because you're in the UK. It's cheaper for me to send to you in the United Kingdom than what it is for me to send to you if you were in America, right? But you're quite happy. I was actually overwhelmed with you, because I didn't even realise, because you were like, look at your PayPal. When I'm doing a stream, I'm not looking at PayPal system, right? I'm looking at that afterwards. And that's how I was like, I thanked you on Messenger, because I was like, I didn't expect you to do that. You have put in your bit. Right? Because the money that you've spent, right, and £30 or whatever, I still owe you for stuff. And I said to you, you're still going to get that stuff. You're still going to get your £15 and your other bit, right? So you're going to get your two $1 when I find them, because they're in a different box when I find them, right? So you get two $1, but that money you put into that account, I've then took it and said, right, I'm not going to put it back in my main account. I'm going to put that into the shipping pot fund, because it's sitting in PayPal. It's been held, it's been retained in PayPal. I've retained it. I've not spent it, because you kept telling me spend it. I don't do that. When it's somebody else's money that's sitting in my account, I won't spend it until they're 100% happy. It's only when they tell me I'm happy what I've got. I'm happy what I've got off of you. Because if they stab me in the back, I would rather give them the money back and say, right, there's the money, there's your money back. I don't want to hear people stabbing me in the back when my back's turned. I hate that. That really pisses me off when people start stabbing other people in the back. They tell you to your face everything's fine, and then 3 weeks later, it's not. They're telling other people, oh, by the way, blah, blah, don't touch that person, blah, blah, blah. What have I done to you? You told me that it was fine then. If you weren't happy with it then, why didn't you tell me then? No, 3 weeks later or to somebody else. So you're backstabbing me in the back. So you're creating drama. You're creating drama elsewhere, telling somebody else about me, as in, well, my back's turned. You can't even tell me to my face that you weren't happy. You weren't happy then. If you tell me you weren't happy, I could have fixed it then. No 3 or 4 weeks down the line. I hate that. That really pisses me off. It really bugs the tits out of me. It really bugs the tits out of me, that man. I'm like, so you're two-faced, and I'm thinking, you're a two-faced cunt. You're a two-faced cunt. You told me it was fine then, and 3 weeks later it's no new. So you've got your stuff, but you told me you were happy with your stuff, but now you're not happy with it. So you're now backstabbing me and telling other people, don't touch me with a barge pole. So you're destroying something that I've created. You're destroying something that I've created out of the goodness of my heart, thinking that I was trying to do a service or give you a service, and you're backstabbing me. You're telling other people that not to touch me. But I told you if you weren't happy. To tell me so I can fix it. That really pisses me off. Because that's all I want to do, is I want to make other people happy. Because I've always been like that. I make other people happy other than myself. Although that I'm not happy, but I don't show it. I don't show that I'm unhappy. But it's because my life has been turned up, my world has been turned upside down, and it's not your fault, guys. It's not your fault. It's the way that things has happened. But I put a brave face on it for you guys. I put a brave face on it and say, because every time you've ever asked me, am I okay? I go, I am okay, but I'm not happy inside, because I feel alone in the world. Because yous are elsewhere. There's like Irish Collector, he's over in Ireland. There's Ring Me Andrew that's over in Oxford. There's other people that's in America. I can't go to somebody's house and say, by the way, I feel a bit down today. And for them to say, come on in, we'll have a have a cup of coffee and we'll talk about it. Maybe I'll be able to, as in, see where you're coming from. So to make you feel that bit better the day. But you can't fix what maybe that's bothering me or I feel unhappy with. And it's because I feel that I like my company. I like somebody else being with me. I get that enjoyment of seeing somebody else happy and them to enjoy my company by being with them. But I'm looking, and this is why you've seen all the thing about the scammers and all the rest. That's me showing you part of my life, but that's my personal side. That's my personal space. But I'm letting you guys in to see what's going on in the world, to show you, look, it's not what you think about the internet. This is what's going on. This is the part of something that you've not seen. Because I didn't know it was there. I didn't realise that it was there either. It wasn't until, because the dating scene was different when I met my ex in 98 or something like that. Late 2000s. It was about the late 2000s. So the late 2000s was different back then. But within 20 years it's changed the dating scene as well. And you're like, how's this changed? But there's people that's like, well, I'm going to come and visit you, but you have to pay my fare to come and see you. Hold on a minute. So you want paid for to come and see me. So you come and visit me to see if I'm dateable, but you want me to pay your petrol? You want me to pay your petrol or your fare to come see me? I'm like, how does this work? How does this one work? I'm sitting there scratching my head. How does this one work? You're coming to visit me, but I have to put money out. But if I give you money, I know exactly what's happening. You give them money, right? They say they're going to come and see you, and then they disappear, and then they block you. So it's another one of Facebook's carry on, as in where You buy an item off of somebody, they take the money off you, they tell you everything's alright, the person takes it back, the person takes it... Oh, of course it does, Irish. The person takes it... Exactly, but I say, the person takes it back, it doesn't work, then they try and contact the person, and then they block them, so they can't speak to them. So it's basically, have take your money and disappear with it. So it's like you buying something off a company, the product is faulty, you send it back to the company, and the company turns around and says, by the way, have that, stick it up that. So you're like, well, hold on a minute here. So you've taken my money, but you don't want to fix it. A lot of it's happening, and I'm seeing it, and I'm like, this is not right. I was like, I don't... That's why I said, somebody that's got a conscience knows that they've done wrong, or they know they've made a mistake and they fucked up. It's a case of you addressing it and fixing it. You don't just disappear, because that's what's happening. People are disappearing, and they use every tactic to disappear, so you never see them again. So they've had your money, you're an unhappy customer, and they've taken your money knowing that what they've done, and then they just disappear into the woodwork. They crawl back into the woodwork. That's not my style. If I put a product and that product's wrong, or that product's faulty in a way that I've not checked it properly, and that customer comes back to me, I usually turn around and say to the customer, look, I'll tell you what to do is, okay, it's going to cost you money to send it back to me. You send it back to me, I'm going to give you your money that you paid out for your postage, plus also what the price that you bid on that item, because I don't want that customer telling other people I had a bad deal. It's not how I roll. That's not how I roll. And this is why I keep doing, this is why I'm doing this. And that's why I'm saying to you, if you want to, it's only if you want to put the money into PayPal. I'm not forcing, guys, I'm not forcing your hand up your back and saying you have to do it. I didn't say that. I said it's not compulsory, only if you want to do it, because that helps get the stuff out so it gets shipped. Because there's actually £93 in the account at the moment in the PayPal, so that lets at least about 4 packages. That at least lets 4 packages out. But when you get a package, as in if you're over in another country, it won't be just a couple of coins. It will be sort of like a bag. But that's what I'm trying to find out. I'm going to do by accident. I'm going to see if I can try and fill an envelope and see whether they take it or not at post office. I'm actually going to do it deliberately. As in with a package. We're going to make up. What we're going to do is, that's why I said to you guys, if you want, I'll hold a wallet until it gets quite a bit. And then what we'll do is we'll throw it in the envelope, and I'll make sure I package it well, and everything will be packaged either in smaller packets inside the bubble envelope, and I'll put it on the scales by surely deliberately, as in intentionally do it as known to the scales, and see if we can get away with it, and see how much they actually say that, as in how much kilograms or whatever that's supposed to be inside it, to see if we can get something. Because I feel if you're paying £20 or £30, right, if I was paying £20 or £30, like when I do it on eBay, I see something and I see it for £30 or whatever. Say, for instance, it was 2 phones. I won't buy it if it was 2 phones. See if it was 15, See if it was 15. See if it was see if it was 15. See if it was 15 quid. 15 quid, or say for instance, as in, well, it's got to be a job lot. When I buy stuff, it's got to be a job lot. I was actually thinking, guys, what I was thinking is go into my main account, buy a load of phones, and say this is a package that's just come in, and let you see, and say this is untested. This is untested. This is untested. So it could be that they're all faulty. Every one of them's faulty, or we might get four out this lot, and let you see as in the way that I roll. Because if it was 15 items, so it's about £1 a pop. So I don't bother about the thing, mate. I've seen me $9 or $10 for just buying one roll, But then I'm like, well, there's 50 coins. And the way I think about it, right, is there's 50 coins in that. So I take 2 out that, that's 40, there's 48 coins. There's 48 coins in there. Right? 48 coins in there. See, even I've seen them sell on eBay, £1 a pop. As in £1 a pop. For a nice looking one, £1 a pop. I'm like, well, okay, right. So that's how I was like, right, let's not put them on eBay. So I don't have a listing fee on eBay, don't have a PayPal as in fee off it, right? So that does away with that side of it. This is why I was wanting to do it in the channel. But I was like, right, how do we make this fair for everybody? How do we do this for everybody, right? How do we make this fair? And I'm like, well, how do we do this? And I'm like, right. And I come up with all the different ideas. I looked at what everybody else is doing as on YouTube. I was like, right, some of them are doing auctions, some of them are doing spots, some of them are doing this. And I started looking into all this, and I was like, this is headache material. And I'm like, no, it's not headache material. You need to think about this the way you want it. What way do you want it? If it was you buying or being in the scenarios, what scenario would you like better? And I was like, well, I like the auctions, but then I don't know. I'm buying it, but then I have to look up prices and all the rest, and what the going rate is, and what the price of them's going at the moment. And what if somebody then buys stuff for the auction and they don't feel it's fair, and then they come back shouting the odds and all the rest, and I have to deal with them. I have to take the stuff back and give them the money back. I thought that's all a process. I thought that's time involved in it. It's maybe you're spending with that customer, then it's 3 days, as in then having to wait till coming back, then end up sending them more money back. That's another day wasted. So I was like, right, let's think about this rationally. What if, and this is why when I was like, hold on a minute, I was like, right, who is saying about, as in why should she buy coins for me when she can get them over there? And I'm like, I can see a point. And I was like, well, what if I was to put stuff that they can't get over there in the packages? And whoever went like that, when I explained it to whoever, as in Melissa, she went, do you know something like that? She went, you're on to something here. I went, I know I am. Because that was the whole idea, was putting 50 pences or whatever. So I'm hiding the coins inside the packages. But I'm not going to tell you guys what packages are in. I'm going to every now and again. So sometimes it's going to be American stuff. Sometimes it's going to be foreign stuff. Sometimes it's going to be British stuff. So there'll be bits and pieces hidden inside it. But I don't want to give you it all at once, because that spoils the whole fun of it. Because you will turn around and say, well, why do I want to keep coming back to the channel for? I've already got what I want off you. So there's no fun in it anymore. There's no fun in it anymore. I want it to be fun all the time. I want you to keep coming back to enjoy the channel, see what's coming next. Because I've just turned this. I said to Andrew, I've just done a video and I've not put it out yet. I had to turn the £50 note in. So I'm showing yous as in me going to turn it in, the £50 note, and the difference between the paper one and the polymer. I'm showing the paper one and the polymer one. So I've not put that video on yet, but I don't want to spoil that. Exactly, Irish. You love your mystery stuff, and that's why I've done it. Because I'm like, I can't remember, because I might have made the packet up a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So I went like that, with a coin, and went, looked at stuff and went, would I put in this? And I went, I think I put them in. I went, right, which ones have I got? I've also got a bag of, where is it? Where is she? There's a bag of half decent. There's a half decent bag of Thorns, Irish. I saw the good ones. That was for scent hoarder. That bag was actually full. I was actually full. And then whatever else I've spotted or trying to get a hold of, doublers or whatever, as in Canadian or whatever, went into that bag as well. Because that British lot I got off of that other guy, my other guy that I buy phones off of now. Because that's what happened. He had a bag of British coins, and I thought it was going to be an ongoing thing. And eventually I found out it wasn't the case. It was just a one-off. So I bought them off him for £20 or whatever. And then it ended up in phones. So now I've got a guy for phones. But nobody wants to see that on the channel. Nobody's interested in phones or cell phones. So there's no point in me doing it. So and people's like Warren put a comment, it's glad to see you back. It's glad to see you back doing coins. I was like, so that's one person that said that he would rather see coins in the channel. So that's why I put out, I'm trying to get your input, guys, into the comments, hoping that that's what happens. You say, well, I really like that. I enjoyed that video, and it explained to me why you enjoyed it. What part of it was you enjoyed better, so that I know, right? That's no good for content. This is no good for content. That's no good for content. That's what they like. They like that bit. They like that bit better. So I need to put that bit in, or I need to take that bit out. That was no good. That bit. But they like that bit better. Because I want to make the channel. So because I've just had a spam email. They want us to join up to this other. There's another social media platform, Lit IT or something it's called. But what you get is you actually get crypto tokens. That is actually cryptocurrency. So they pay you in cryptocurrency, and they want me to join. They want me to actually join them. They actually went like that. Somebody actually sent the email, but because it was a spam, it went into spam box. I'm like, is this proper? And I'm like, is it a kid on? Is it as Brissy says? I'm thinking, is it a scam? Is it not a scam? Is it just happened to be that it picked something up that it thought it was spam? That's why it went into the spam. And then I'm thinking, am I actually going to decide to come away from YouTube and go to another social media platform? Or am I going to do that as well? And then I'm thinking, if I'm going to do videos, because then I thought, well, hold on. What if if they're saying that the videos are good, they think the videos are good and the content's good, why not take some of the videos from YouTube and put them onto that platform? This is what I'm thinking in my own head. I'm like, this platform, they're saying that they want other creators on that platform. But the thing is, I've not looked into it properly yet. I've only just, when I hit the link, looked at it and went, It says free or free registration, that because a lot of them say free registration, and then it's not until you start putting your details in and then it asks you for other things. I'm thinking, oh, hold on a minute, I need to check this out more thoroughly before I even think about it. I thought, why? Because that's what I'm thinking, well, why is it sitting in spam for? Why is it went into spam? Why was it sitting in spam? This Julie Harrison or whatever her name was. And I'm they're saying to me, oh, we can have a live stream, no, that, Karen, or we can have this sort of an informal meeting. But I don't even know who these people are. I don't even know who she is. I haven't a clue who she is, but they want my stuff on their platform. I've had this before, as in I had last time, as in they wanted me to do, they sent an email saying they wanted me to do a product review on phone cases. I was like, well, phone cases are not worth anything to me. It's an accessory for phones. So you want me to product review, so you want me to test them. If you're wanting me to test anything in your stuff out or products that you as a big company have, I'm going to tell you whether they're shite or not, whether you like it or not. So even though if you pay me or sponsor me for doing it, I'm not going to shy away from telling you what's shite and what's not. If I think it's crap quality, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you it's crap quality. It's no good. It's a pile of junk. It's junk. It's no good. The product is a crap. If I go to test a product, I'm going to tear it. I'm going to try everything possible. I'm going to rip it, whatever, as in to test the durability of that product for to get a full product review to tell you whether it's good or bad. Because why should I send something out and put my name on it saying this is the greatest product? This is the greatest product. This is something you really want to buy. This is the price of it, and be putting my time into it to believe in that product. No, I'm not going to give something to my customers or my supporters and tell them it's the best thing you want just to get the money from the big company because I've been sponsored by them. So they're telling you what the stipulations is so that they sponsor you. No, if I'm going to get sponsored by a big company, I'm going to tell you the way it is, whether you like it or whether you don't. But that's why I turned that. I actually turned the offer down the last time. I was like, well, how much you pay me? As soon as I said about payment, as in money wise, they were like, they went off into the distance. I went, well, bye, see you later, bye, gone. You just don't want. That's good if you got a mystery box. I don't even know who Irish got it off of. Or do I know where it came from? Because I was in there on Saturday. If I think who it is, as in I was in there on Saturday and nobody wanted to speak to me, and I'm thinking maybe I've upset people. Maybe I did upset people on Friday and don't realise that I had upset people, because it was as if I usually get high when I go into a stream and nobody even said hello to me, and I was like, maybe I've upset people with no knowing it, with no realising it. Because if I've upset somebody, I hate upsetting people. It's not who I'm thinking it is then, Irish. It's a different one I don't know about. Silver Picker Square. Don't know that person. If you guys know your channel and you feel that it's worth shouting it out, say who the channel is, and then what we can do like as in the chat, we can put that channel out there, because that's the whole idea with this channel. It's not like as if Andrew Cooper can't put his link in there. If Andrew's a mod, he can put his link out there, but just don't put it in like as in every 2 minutes. Plug it maybe every 10-15 minutes or every half an hour. Plug it, or 20, leave it 20 minutes and then plug it again, and do it so that it doesn't, so it ends up it's not spam as in the chat. That's all I'll ask, guys. As in, as long as it doesn't turn out as spam, because I don't want YouTube picking up on it, because YouTube pick up on things, and then it's no us as hosts. They'll pick it up and they'll actually email us and say, look, by the way, we weren't happy with that. This is reclass this is blah blah blah. And they'll explain. They usually explain it, and that's what I'm saying. Because I want to keep the channel as in it's not derogatory. There's no as in offensive language being used, and also there's no like as in vulgarity on the channel. I just want it so that people will actually come in here and go, I really like going at his channel. I like what he's doing. I believe in him. I actually support him because of i.e. blah blah blah. I'm holding the dragon eye because why am I holding these dragon's eye? Because it's like the only reason I'm keeping these is because I've only got one of. I've only got one of, guys. That's why I'm keeping the Hody Joe's stuff, because I've only got one of. So I can't give these. If I've only got one of, I can't give these one out. That's what I'm saying. Can't give you one out. I've only got one of. But I've got some of Mountain's products. I've got something Mountain Man's. Because that's how I was like, well, I believe in the artist he is. Right. I believe in the artist he is. I've actually been on speaking to him. I've actually been talking to him. He's actually on Man Mountains is on eBay. He's on eBay and he's also got his own channel. He's actually got an email address, so I've actually emailed him and says, look, I really like the copper pieces. I want to buy in bulk. What kind of money I'm going to have to pay? And can you send them as in on bulk in one package in a one box or whatever? And he's come back and said, aye. But the thing is, I can't, there's no a time regime on them because he's busy doing orders, filling other orders. And then he's waiting in material coming, he's waiting for material coming in. So I'm like, okay, I don't want to upset. If you've got orders already, I can wait. But I'm going to show products that I've got of his, as in, and keep one of. So if I've only got one of, it'll be kept as one of. Because what I was thinking is, guys, I'm thinking the other things that I've got doublers of, that's why I want to put them on the wheel. But there's certain things I want to use as minimum prizes so that there's nobody that loses. Because I'm like, well, why if you're helping with a donation, right, putting a donation into the PayPal, why should you just get nothing? So why should I just give you nothing? Why should you pay into a PayPal account, even although that it's a donation out of the goodness of your heart? Why should you put money in if you don't get nothing out of it? That's my argument. You just get nothing out of it. You are getting something out of it because you're getting minimum prizes. So what I'm doing is I'm using all the singles. That's what I'm doing. I'm using all the single stuff now until the time that the single stuff runs out, and then what I'm going to do is start opening up rolls. But you'll not just get as in 1 year date. It might be 2009, 2008, 2007, 2006, 2005. You'll get in. I've got Canadian pennies. I've got, as Andrew says, I've got wheat cents. I've not got them all, but I've got quite a lot of wheat cents. I've got the wheat after. I've got the ones after the wheat cents as well. I've got roles of nickels, as in that are in actual roles, they're full roles. I've got the presidential coins. There's some of them that are in actual capsules, as in that I paid maybe 25 or whatever. I'm not really worried about the price that I paid for them. I'm not really worried about that part of it. Because I'm like, well, if I give them to you guys, you're going to love them anyway. Because a lot of them are either going to go in your collection, or a lot of them are going to go. Nice one, Andrew. It's nice to see somebody winning something, as in that they don't have to pay for. And they've won it and they go, yeah, I won that. Yes. Yes. Nice one, Andrew. Good one. Star. Champion star. That's because Andrew's got a blue mod spanner. I haven't been, guys, it's not as if I'm ignoring some people or not wanting to make them a mod. I just haven't been in my YouTube side yet. As in, I've been doing StreamYards and then I do this, and then there's some days that I just can't be bothered. I'm like, fuck it, I can't be bothered today. Can't be bothered with moving. I get lazy, or I start watching something and I get engrossed in it, and I'm like, an hour becomes 2 hours, then 2 hours becomes 3 hours, and I'm like, damn it. Right, let's shut up. Let's shut up and let's go on with this. So we're going to do, the whole idea was to do the wheel, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the book out. I'm going to pull the book out, and even though guys, certain ones are not in the certain ones that have been pulled can't go back on the wheel, right? Because I want to make it once a week for the wheel. This one's a catch up because Friday night, what happened is Mum decided to go to bed. She heard the noise. She heard it clang, 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 clang. And she's like, what the hell are you doing in there? And she's like, I hope you're not going to be there all night. Okay, fine. So that's how I was like, right, let's put it a bye then. Because everybody disappeared, right? So even though, guys, your names have been pulled, what I'm going to do is, as I said to Andrew, you're going to get, you're going to get, you have to choose either 1983, either a 1983 quarter or 2019 Lowell quarter. Exactly, I'm just going to do it in a minute. I need to get the book out because what I need to do is, no, that's not for the spin it. I didn't say, should have put it on the title, as in that's a free, as a way an apology for Friday night's episode, right? Although that you're not going to be on the wheel because your name might have been called on Friday. What we're going to do is the names that weren't called, they've to choose the 72, but you're still in with the chance of winning a prize, of winning main prize, the actual first prize, because you are all put back in it again for the first prize. So whatever the number falls on, who was in the wheel on the Friday, will get picked out. So that then ends up, that means then that next week or next Friday, or either Friday or Saturday means then that we're fresh again. That's the whole idea. Dimebag Dan, if your name wasn't pulled, as in you'll get pulled out. So you might have been pulled out, and if you've been pulled out, you probably got a 7. If I've chosen for you, it'll probably be a 7. Because I didn't. Sometimes I'm like the 2s. I'm like, oh, that's rubbish. 2's rubbish. I was like, 2's rubbish. So that I'd rather have a 7 than the 2. I just made the 2 up because, as I said, Me and Dad were a partnership for years, so that's why I put the number 2. But the seven's in it because I picked 7. Don't ask me why I picked 7, but I thought, well, the 7 will be his birthday date. So basically, that's why there's 7. So there's 7 coins. There are 7 coins in the package. So there's 7 coins, and I picked them out. So there might be a 50p piece inside it. There might even be a bit of silver in it. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find the ones that we haven't done yet, because I need to pick the whole. I need to take them out. I need to take MFCs out. Where did that 2005 one go? Where did I put that? It's disappeared. 2005 Jefferson's disappeared. 1 minute it was there and the next minute it's gone. It keeps disappearing. Keep moving things. Where did I put it? Where the hell did that go? Did it slide off now? Ah, there it is. I look for it and I think, where the hell did that go? Because I could actually do, what we could actually do, guys, is we could actually pull 2 winners out. And then comes, I will make a video and shout out all participants. That's what I want to do, Dimebag, but what I want to do is, I want to, as in if you put if you put money into the, as in the pot, right, the shipping pot fund, that will get used for me sending your stuff over. But instead of you just getting a couple of bits, the package would probably, what I want to try and do is I want to try and fill it to just about as in the weight of the bubble pack. So that's why I'm saying I want to put it enough, but I want to do it so that it's internationally tracked, so that I can then, if you ask and you say, can you prove to me that you've sent this package? I want to be able to turn around and say, Darren, by email or even correspondence over Messenger, Facebook Messenger, me turn around and show you it and say, there's the proof, and show you a tracking number on it and say, this is the tracking number. That's the tracking number that's on that package. So you know I've definitely sent that package. Because when it's in tracking, when it gets tracked, you can actually see when it moved from Royal Mail, as in from British Royal Mail, and it went over to a cat, because it'll say carrier on it. It says carrier. Switched over to carrier, so it will show you switched over to the carrier. It won't tell you who the carrier handler is, but it'll tell you it moved over to a carrier. Then we'll go put for the carrier onto the thingy USPS, and it'll show up in USPS's system. So if they decide to change the tracking number that's on it, as in give it their unique number when they stick their sticker on it, it's no dime bag, it's not the fact. I just don't like that idea, because if it's I'm no disrespect to Dale, right? The way Dale does it is it only gets proof of postage, so he can only prove that he actually took it to the post office. He took it to the post office. The tracking number gives it its own unique number. It gives it its unique number, so it means then you can actually see it did get sent. But I don't have thingy. I don't have a reg. I'm not VAT registered. I'm not VAT registered because I'm not a business. I'm not VAT registered, so I can't get it as a I can't put it as a tax loss. I can't put it as a tax loss. I understand, Dimebag. I understand what you're saying. You make a video going to the post office. I know, but users get user system. Your system's different to your system over there. As in, you actually get tracking number. I've seen tracking numbers on parcels. as in, and it's like, as in for a lot of money, but over here it seems to be as in it's put into zones and it's absolute fortune. As I'm saying, I'm not saying to you guys that I want that money. It's no me saying it's compulsory for you to put that money in. I'll figure a way out. I'll figure another way round it. But as I'm saying, if it means then that I need to put more money into it, it means then that I have to figure out other ways of trying to get money in. And it means then that there's less time. It means then that my day ends up as in that I've got to put more hours in. It's like you doing karaoke, so you got to put hours in there, and you're putting hours into your channel and all the rest, so that's more hours. So you've got not enough time in the day. So you're trying to as in cut it part of karaoke, part of this, part of this, part of this, part of that, to as in for extra money. I don't have all the time. I wished I did have all the time in the world. I do about half day and then I'm knackered. I'm fucked. I'm done. I'm done. I need to go and lie down. Yeah, that was Tuesday. Right, so Daryl's has not been ticked. Irish Collector's not been ticked. So it's Irish Collector. Daryl still to get pulled out. 710 still to get pulled out. Penny Q still to get pulled out. And Rob Random. So Rob Random still to get pulled out. Irish Collector still to get pulled out. Daryl still to get pulled out. 710 still to get pulled out. And Penny Q still to get pulled out. Steel Wheel Q was pulled out. Drive Shafts was pulled out. Or Brissy Boys was pulled out. Drive Shafts still to... That's another one. Drive Shafts still to get pulled out. Drive Shaft Drew is to get pulled out. Andrew's been pulled out. Andrews was pulled out. Doug Hardens was pulled out. And Paul Hampton, Polly's was pulled out. So that's the ones that's been pulled out. So if your name has been shouted as in that's been told that you've not been pulled out, that's the ones we've to do. That's the ones that you've to pick as in between a 7 and a 2. But you need to wait until your numbers are actually being spun. So you need to wait until the number's been spun. If your number comes in, then you pick between 7 numbers. Either pick a 7 or a 2. I'm not making that choice. But also, guys, and you'll get flung in. That because in the way in apology, you got flung in either as in you pick either 1983 quarter or a level or a 2019 level quarter. It's an actual quarter. That's what they are. It's a quarter. So what I've done is the ones that you seen me as the other night. That's a 1980. That's a 1983. That's a 1983 quarter. Because they were in rolls. That's what I'm saying. The rolls. And that's a 2019 Lowell spinning wheel quarter. So you pick that. And you pick that. That's an added bonus for you pitting up with me. For you pitting up with me, guys, this week. That's my way in apology, saying sorry. Look, as in it should have went. What I should have done was started early and got the wheel over, as in before it come 12 o'clock or before she decided to go up the stairs. Because I should have known that she was going to come up the stairs. What she'll do is she go down the stairs, watch the big telly, and when she gets tired or she starts to fall asleep, at certain times she comes up the stairs and she usually just go in her room. But that's the first time she said anything about it. And then she walked into the room, she went, "What the hell are you doing?" Because you obviously could hear the clacking. "What the hell are you doing? I hope that's not going to go on I had a funny feeling. I said to Andrew, I'm going to shut it down because as in the the chat went quiet. So I went, well, there's no point in carrying on. 4 hours are done. I said, right, shut it down and we'll do it. As in, I was going to do it yesterday. And then I was like, I was knackered yesterday. I was like, my eyes were like that. I just kept going like that. My head kept nodding off. I thought, I can't do this today. I was like, I'm knackered. I'm shattered. I was like, I'll do it. And I was like, well, here, I'll do it Sunday. If I don't do it Sunday, I'll do it Monday. And then I was like, I don't want to get it in during the week. I want to get it in at the weekend. Because it means then that if say Andrew hadn't been pulled out, it'd have meant then that I would have had to wait until Andrew come back for work, which would be about 5-6 o'clock. So it meant then if I keep rabbling on, time marches on, and I keep forgetting about it. So you are going to get that. So I'm going to put that into your package, but you can only have one of them. So you either have to pick 1983 or you pick the 2019, and that'll be put into your bag. That'll be put into your bag as well. It'll be put into your bag because I pulled out at least about 10 of them. I pulled out. So I've showed you them too. So we're going to do the wheel now. So we've got number 7. I need to get my pen. My pen. Where's my pen? I'm just going to put another marker out. Fuck it. I can't be bothered looking for my bits and pieces. I can't be bothered looking for my bits and pieces. I'm just going to get my bag, get a pen, my marker, and I'm just, all I need to do is get a thin tick on it. Right, so they're over there. They're what I need. That's what I need to put them in there. I'll make sure I've got everything, guys, before I start. Right, so I need to make sure that everything's tight on this. I wondered if that was not tight enough. I had a funny feeling that might be not tight enough. No, that's actually. No, that's tight enough. That is. That is tight. I'll just make sure it's tight enough. You've been pulled out steel wool. I'm actually hoping that Lucky Star comes back, because I'm hoping that she doesn't feel that I don't want her feeling that she's not allowed in here. I don't want Lucky feeling like that. Lucky is more than welcome. And I actually put that onto a comment and said she's more than welcome. Because at the end of the day, she's allowed to support who she likes. And it's none of my business if I was only making her aware of what I feel that I know. I feel that I know. But as I said, I could be wrong. He could have changed his ways. And the reason I know this is because when he didn't have the American side on there, this is what he was. That was what he was doing. That's what he was doing. That was what he was doing. He was taking money on false pretenses, and packages weren't getting sent out. And he made up that what he was doing was he was getting stamps, used stamps. He was getting used stamps, and he was putting them on packages. And eventually, post office had caught him, as in they found out they were used stamps that he was buying for somebody. And the reason I know this is because he sent the used stamps to somebody else to try and take the heat off himself. And there was packages, when they were going, the packages were getting sent out. The packages, people were actually paying another £1 or whatever on top of so that they could get their packages. and he made out that he wasn't aware of this. So there was a lot of things that he's done in the past that I was told by certain other people, and they can prove it. They can actually prove it. And all I was trying to do was make Lucky aware. That's all I was trying to do. I wasn't having a go. I wasn't having a go at Lucky. I wasn't having a dig. I wasn't having a dig at Lucky. But she felt that she shouldn't be here. As in, and that wasn't the case. She shouldn't have felt that way. She shouldn't have felt that way, because it wasn't a dig at Lucky. It wasn't a dig at her. I'm just was making her aware of what was either going on, or the things that I hadn't said. And I thought I'd said them in another video, or before I even come up with this idea, because partly as in there's a few ideas that I've seen that are very similar to that. It's very similar to this, and I didn't want people getting mixed up that it was the same setup here. I didn't want them thinking that, or them thinking that I'd stolen somebody else's idea and was going to attempt to do the same as what they were doing, or as in the same setup that they had in their own head. When I say I'm going to send you something, I'm sending it. Whether it costs me money or not, I will send you it. I'm not one of the fly-by-nights, or tell you, well, must I get lost in must I get some of them pull out, or must I get lost in transit. Some of them don't even send you it, and then they blame post office, or they must have stole it. No, every now and again a parcel, yes, does go missing, but very rarely a full load will go missing. And that's what I was trying to explain. I'm trying to explain is, I know sometimes I feel when I'm explaining things, it's like me explaining things in baby's term to you lot, and I'm like, I don't treat you as if you're stupid, but sometimes I have to explain things in simple format for people to understand what's going on, or what the process is, so that you understand the process. And sometimes I'm like, why do I have to explain this? I shouldn't need to, because you all are quite clever and quite intelligent, and a lot of yous are a lot more far advanced, as in the Americans, to catch on when something isn't right, when something isn't 100%. And I was like, I don't know if maybe Lucky was supporting the channel, and maybe eventually she felt that she eventually pulled out of it. I don't know. Or maybe she's still got, as in, stuff that's owed to her by that certain person. And the reason why I'm not giving the channel recognition, because I'm not giving the attention that it deserves, because it doesn't deserve that attention. And the reason it doesn't deserve that attention is because if you give it no attention, it won't get the views, as in, and that'll kill it. And that's why I'm not saying the name of the channel, but Lucky will know exactly what I'm talking about. But I would like to be convinced that I'm barking up the wrong tree. I'm barking up the wrong tree, because it means then if Lucky has received something from them, it'd be nice to Lucky to show that and say in a video and say, you're wrong, guys. Look, this is what I've won. This is what I've won, and this is what I've been sent. Because that was my argument. I haven't seen videos of mail calls that says this was sent from such and such. And I'm not going to say the channel name. But I don't want Lucky feeling that she can't come in here. I don't want her feeling that. I don't want her feeling that way, because I'm not against her. I'm not against Lucky. I'm not against Lucky. She's allowed to. It's like me I'm friends with Irish Collector and I'm friends with Steel Will Q, but they have a Barney between them. And she goes, I'm not talking to you, I'm not speaking to you. You've done this or you've done that. I'm not speaking to you. But they don't speak for months on end, and it keeps carrying on. Well, this is what happened, as in with this other side. It carried on and carried on and carried on and carried on, and eventually it got sorted. And then all of a sudden, because I spoke about somebody else that they didn't like, they then blocked me. They then blocked me. I don't want to speak. Instead of saying I don't want to speak about them, and that was it, and leaving and saying this is the end of the conversation, but it wanted to block me. So basically, I can't speak to anybody in there in that chat, or speak to anybody that I know in there that I'm friendly with, or I can't speak to the person that's actually as a host. But I don't really want to speak to the host because he's full of bullshit. The guy is full of bullshit. The guy makes it up as he goes along. And he's the same as Hangme, as in he's got a feud against 288 Group and also Royal Mint because of the way they're working. Big companies can do what they like. They've got to say so. If you don't like it, then turn around. We don't need your business. But you could be spending. They don't know how much a person can be spending. They could spend $2,000, $3,000 with that company. The same that's losing it at the end of the day. But some of the stipulations or the terms and conditions are sometimes ridiculous, and you think, that's ridiculous, that sounds ridiculous, it's not my cup of tea. We've all got we're allowed to have our own view. We're allowed to have our own views and our own opinions about certain stuff. But that's what I'm trying to. I was trying to sort of say, but I opened my big mouth, didn't I, as usual, and I feel as if I put my foot into it and I shouldn't have let it come out. But as it's come out, Lucky sort of went like, what that? Sort of what? As in it's as if it's like I can't, it sees the prey and it's like, you see the tail going like that, the tail's going like that, and the body's like that, and it's crouching like that, it's crouching like that, as if to pounce on it. And I think that's what Lucky thought. That's exactly what I'd done. I pounced on tap, I jumped on her, and she felt as, well, what's going on? Do you know what I mean? She sort of, in her defence, she said whatever she had to say, and she didn't need to. It was just a general. Sometimes I'm not going at people, it's like a general conversation I'm having, and it was a general conversation I was having just to make her aware of. And I was like, I really would like to. I've got this qualm against somebody, and I can't see it from my own eyes, but I knew that she was supporting the channel and she was supposed to be in the wheel, as in, so she was paying the money for the wheel or whatever, and she was supposed to get stuff out of it. Now, I didn't see stuff exchanging hands because I don't know the way he's got it set up, or where he's told people that you're not allowed to show your wins, as in what you're getting off them. And my argument was, because I hadn't seen videos of anybody that is on YouTube that is donating or has a membership to him, and I hadn't seen items exchanging hands, and this is what my argument was, that I hadn't seen items exchanging hands, and I wanted to sort of somebody to turn around and say, you're wrong in what you think, you've assumed wrong, you've got your facts or your evidence that you think you've got, as in they're incorrect. It's incorrect, and I can prove that to you. And that's what I was hoping that would happen, that she might have either emailed me and says, because if she'd emailed me and says, look, your facts is wrong, I think you're mixed up here, and they been able to show me a photograph or whatever and says, look, this package is turned up, because that was my argument against it. Well, I haven't seen mail calls by this channel and it's not been shown on YouTube, so why should I donate to a channel where I have a membership, where I'm supposed to be on a wheel and I'm supposed to be getting goods, but you want me to buy because he started doing a 50 pence. It's classed as I can prove it to you guys, as I've got a John White one. I bought it off the way I purchased it was I went on the eBay listing and I bought it off the eBay listing. The only reason I bought it off the eBay listing was because John White died of cancer, and basically it's a 50 pence shaped token. It is not a Royal Mint. It's not a Royal Mint coin. It's not done by, as in the Queen. It is not classed as legal It's not classed as legal tender. He's got them done, and he's hoping that there'll be a value of them within time, within years. And basically it tells you on it, it's a 50 pence shaped token. It is not legal tender, so you cannot spend it. Although you're paying £11, you're paying £11 for the coin itself. And the only reason I paid that money is because the proceeds of that money was supposed to be going to where John White had been put into a care home, and that was the only reason I bought it, because the proceeds were supposed to go directly to the charity organisation. Okay, it was £11 for the coin. It is a nice looking coin. Don't get me wrong. It's nice looking the way it's done, but it's, when you look at it properly, it's nothing even near the quality of when Royal Mint do their one, and that is the only way you could get other pieces from them. And I was like, I'm not interested in them off you. I want a sheet of older currency. And I explained that to him. The only reason I'm going on this wheel or whatever else is because I want this, a sheet of that. Oh, no, you have to go on my website. And pick one of these coins, and then you'll get a sheet of whatever you're wanting. I was like, so you're telling me that I have to be on this wheel or whatever and win a prize, a £40 or whatever it is, a voucher, then go into another website or whatever to then get what I want off of you? So I have to do 3 things to do that. That's why I was like, I want to be able to make a wheel. I want to make it simple format. And I want in exactly the same way as what the show people do. I'm actually partly off the show family, right? And when you do the hookah duck, when you go to do the hookah duck stall or whatever, you always get, even though you pay £2 or whatever it is, and you hook a duck, they give you a rod over. It's like a big cane with a hook on it. The ducks are swimming round the pond, as in the stall, the middle of the stall is going like that. So you see all the prizes on the balloon, whatever, bouncy ball, whatever, as in on the wall, cuddly teddy bear or whatever, strapped to the wall. The wall goes round like that. In the middle, it's like a revolving wall. Right, so the rolling wall's going like that. The ducks the water's all, as in there's a tank or whatever, and they've got the pump going. The ducks go around the pond, as in the middle. You take the guy the stick when you pay the £2 or whatever. You do that, and you hook the duck, and the duck's got a number. The duck's got a number on it, and that's when I came up with this idea, because I was like, right, why don't you make all the single coins or whatever else, make them the minimum prizes. Then what you do is, here get slabs, generic whatever, generic one, generic one. That's why I stopped that's why I stopped selling them to Andrew, the generic ones, the generic silver rounds, because I'm like, well, let's put them as first prizes or whatever, as in half decent first prizes, put them on the wheel, so you're still entitled to a minimum prize, and you also get the chance of either getting a first prize. That was the whole idea behind it. Right, let's shut up and we'll get this going. Number one is Rob Random. So if Rob Random isn't here, or Rob Random isn't kicking about, we need to pick either. If Rob Random isn't here, we need to pick either a 7 or a number 2 for Rob Random. So which one, guys, do you think that Rob Random would like? Because it's fell on number 1. Come on, guys, somebody speak. Somebody speak at least. Because you need to hurry up and choose. I thought the same, steel wool. So what I'm going to do, guys, is what I'm doing is we're picking them out, and what one? Hi, Jeep and John. Would you think Rob will choose? Somebody give me a number, either one or number 2 for the quarter. So we've got his number 7, right? So we've got his number 7. So that's Rob Random's for that. And what one will we pick for his quarter? 1 or 2, guys? They're actually weird, isn't that? I thought they were bigger. Just pull that down like that. I'm waiting for everybody to pick as in a number, if you want, as in number 1 or number 2. I've already done Irish Collector. I've picked the one that Steel Wool picked as number 7. I think 7 will be better for Rob Random. 2 for the quarter, so he'll get the number 2, which is the Lowell. He's got a 2019. I shouldn't actually be doing that, because it shouldn't be long term in that, but I do that so that basically the quarter, seal it up so the quarter won't fall out it. So the quarter stays in there. So that's Rob Random's. Aye, Rob Random. Rob Random. Hi, Jeep and John. That's Rob Random's. I don't even know where I put it. Probably over there. I think they're over there. I think they're in there. I think they went in there, guys. That's Rob's there. That's Rob's. So we'll do the same again. I forgot to say, guys, as in the people in the chat, the people that's in the chat, including Jeep and John, they need to pick as in either, as in, but we might do that later on, as in after we get the ones with wheel off the wheel, as in pick either between a 1983 quarter or a Lowell quarter. Because that is that's my apology, guys, to you, as in, because Friday night should have went, as in it should have been finished, and that was it. And then it means then that the following Friday would be a fresh start on the wheel. So whoever comes in, and there's 12 years on that night, we would play with them 12. But the thing is, it never get finished. But you've all still got a chance. The ones that were in the wheel on Friday have still got a chance to win first prize. Irish, I've done Rob's. I'm on to the next. We're moving on to the next one. We're moving on to the next person that's not been pulled off the wheel. So this is basically to get back so that we've got a fresh start on Friday. Number 10. So who's number 10? Number 10 is 710. So I don't know where 710 is about. As in number 10's number 7 is 710. So 710 needs to pick either number 7 or number 2. What we're doing, Jeeping, is we're picking between as in 2 bags, and one bag has got 2 coins in it, and the other bag has got 7 coins in it. So we're picking between the 7 and the 2. And Rob Random's had a number 7, so that was the one in the envelope was donated by MFC, and I don't know what MFC sent. I just pulled them off, as and I never even opened them, so I don't know what's inside them. But it was stuff that he sent me, as he sent me them. I think so too as well, because that'll give him more steel wheel for to put on his thing. Because he'll probably take whatever he thinks at them, and then what he'll do is he'll probably put the rest of them on his game rigged. His game rigged. Because usually what I do is, whatever ones that we don't take out on the number 2s or the 7s, what I usually do is I replace them. So the following week, as in you've got other ones going into it, and I need to actually go down into the bank to go and get more 50 pence pieces. I need to actually do that as well. Because this game's actually it's actually helping getting rid of the overflow, because it means then I can start pulling other boxes out and start opening the other boxes as well to see what's in them. Because this is the whole idea behind this, is to eventually open the other boxes as well, so to find the other bits and pieces, because there's more of it to come out. That's 710s. Right, somebody else pick, guys, in either number 1 or number 2 for the quarter for 710. What am I doing? Why am I putting 7 on that? I'm supposed to put it in the bloody bag, Alec. You donkey. You donkey. Eat-aw. Bloody donkey. 710. No, because I'm putting it in, because I've got plenty of them bags. Somebody else pick, as in 1 or 2. We'll make that one for 83 and 2 for Lowell. Somebody blah. Going away and get Hingway, going away and get 710. Quick, hurry up. Somebody blah. Well, away and get 710. I'm not really bothered. Still well if you picked it or not. Number 2, so that'll be level. That's 2000. That's actually their 2019 as in the level. I always put them upside down. That's fine. That's fine. No, it's just when I seen there was only 2 in the chat, and I'm like, there's only 2 people in the chat. Because that's why I done the weekend, because it seems to be busier at the weekend. Because there was plenty, because we ended up at 12 or 15 people. There was about 12 or 14 people in here on Friday. But then I'm thinking, did I go, was I too offensive by starting about as not the other carry on, and maybe I created drama for my own channel? You can kiss my rear end. I like that one, that's a good one. I'm trying to find the levels because I'm putting them on the Chromebook, because I turned the Chromebook slightly around because I had the light for the sunshine was going down, because it's between sort of a liquid day and sunshine, so it's been between the two, and as the sun was obviously getting down with the heat, it basically there was a light coming in that way. So I tried to sort of, because somebody said about the light up above, it's the same light. I've not even had a chance to change it yet. So I'm trying to figure out if I could sort of shove it round a bit, so it basically wouldn't be sort of blinding light. And then I'm thinking, well, if I take it that way, it meant you guys couldn't see the wheel. So I could have been saying that it was any number, and I didn't want that. I wanted basically people could see the number that was coming off to know that their number has actually been done. Number 6. Is it number 6? Yes, it's gone well today. As in number 6 is Daryl. So let Daryl pick. If Daryl's about, hopefully Daryl picks it. Let Daryl decide. If the person's here that the number's falling on, let them pick. If that person's not about, as in the people in the chat, pick between a number 7 and a 2. So let Daryl as in have a bit of time, as in if Daryl's there, because Daryl could be as in lurking. If Daryl doesn't show up in the next couple of minutes, as in you to pick in the chat, as in whoever's still in the chat, pick either a 7 or a 2. So people get told, if you're not here, you can't pick your number. So people that are in the chat will pick your number for you. So you still get the chance of you winning something, even if you haven't donated to the PayPal fund, because the PayPal fund is for, as in the shipping, for sending it out, for help with the postal cost. So you're not actually paying for a spot. You can put as little or as much as you like in the donation fund, as in the shipping fund. That's fine. I'll sit and wait. Because somebody will turn up. because I see Jeeping was here. That's what I'm saying. Irish, let's let a couple of minutes go and see if Daryl's still here. As in, because Daryl should be picking these numbers for himself. But if Daryl isn't here, what we'll do is, as in the chat, can pick either number 7 or a number 2, and that's what he'll receive. And then, but he's still the chance of next week. So what we'll do is, as you said, we will make a wallet up, because it's not a problem for me to hold it. I just need to put it in a different box, so I know that box isn't to be touched. That is the box that's got the stuff in it. But what I've done is, every week I put them into a different package, so I know that was week the 29th of July, or 29th of June. That was the 7th of July. That was the 7th of July. So there's like 4 weeks in a month. So we know, right, that was last Friday. That was next Friday, the following Friday. Because we are there a Friday or a Saturday. I wasn't sure yet whether to do it a Friday or whether to do a Saturday. But once I'm thinking, I don't want to keep changing the day, because I want it to be like consistent, so that they all know Alex definitely coming on tonight. He's definitely going to do this. He said that he was going to, and it was going to be the Friday. Because if I start confusing you, well, it might be Friday, it might be Saturday, because I don't know what will come up. I might find somebody to go out with at the weekend. I don't know. I just doing it because I get fed up with doing the same shit every weekend, and I thought it'd be nice to do something different. You might eventually have to pick it, Irish. I'll drink it up. Keep staring me in the face, and I'm thinking, because there's actually 3 watching. Now there's 4. Now there's 3. No, because we'll do the first prize at the end. Because you're still enrolled with that. Because I thought, well, if we do last man standing, then last man standing is going to take forever. I hadn't finished it, Andrew. I just ate something and then hang me and put it down the stairs. But I'll get that for later. My eyes are big on my belly. There's salad and everything in that, Andrew. It does, like, you get onion rings in it. You get pecora. There's pecora in it. There's doner meat. There's battered mushroom. There's battered mushrooms. Penny Q's hasn't come out that, so you're still in with that Penny Q, because what happened is on Friday I had to cut the game short. No, there's no haggis in it. No, Andrew, it's the curry thingy, the Curry Kingdom. There's 3 shops attached in the one shop, and there's three vault involved, but it says under new management. It's a carry on, but there's actually 3 shops in the same shop. 3 companies. They're all brothers, and so you know what they're like, guys, in the Indians or whatever, the Indians and the Pakistanis, they're usually all brothers and sisters and all that. One will blame the other and then end up, who shot it, does it blanky, oh, the manager's away and all that. They know all the loopholes. But I've always liked their stuff. The first time I ever tried their stuff, I was like, that's really nice, that. And somebody gave me, as in, Mum came down with it one day, as in that one of the girls in the work hadn't finished it, and they bought it as in, because they were working late on in the Ladbrokes, and they used to do like some 7, 8, 9 o'clock or something like that, and one of the lasses in and it was too big for her, and Mum brought it down. The first time I looked at it, and I said to Mum, what the hell is that? She went, I think it's called a munchbox. I thought, what the hell, why is it called a munchbox for? Because it's all mixed stuff, it's all different bits and pieces, but that's like that's not a naan, that's not a naan bread, that's a chapati, that is a chapati, and the guy my dad used to work for, Hussein, he used to bring chapatis on a Sunday, and we used to eat them in the motor, and he always drove about with a funny enough, he drove about in a Mark II Vauxhall Cavalier. He liked these Vauxhall Cavaliers because they're quite, the Mark II Cavalier, it's quite heavy, the body's quite heavy, but they always had half decent engine. This is before the Astras went into the Ecotech engines, the old metal block, but it's an old looking engine that's in it with a Vauxhall top on it, and they always built them with, I think they were GMs or something like that engine in them, General Motors, but they were heavy built engines in them. And Hussein had this thing about buying these Vauxhall Mark II Vauxhall Cavaliers, because he used to put the A-frame, tie the A-frame to the back of them, right? The A-frame, because he had an A-frame, and he used to do the motor. He was a motor dealer. He used motor dealer, but he wasn't from this country. He was Asian. But my dad got on well with him. My dad taught him, his boy, how to paint on that car, on, right? So he always, he liked me as like another son. So every time we used to go out to the market on a Sunday, I used to get sometimes fed if he was there, because sometimes you clean motors or whatever, as in before they went through the auction block on a Sunday. And I always had the 3 boys with him, his 3 sons, and that's what he used to eat with just chapatis, tea. He used to bring a flask of tea and chapatis, and that was the first time I ever tasted the chapati. And I was like, that's really nice, that chapati. So when I usually order that, it usually comes with a chapati, which means you can put stuff onto it and then just roll it up. But I find it's too big for me to eat all at once. So that's how I showed you it was all broken up. That's what I usually do, because it's quite doughy. A naan will go, if you cook it too long, a naan will go hard. It's got like, as in, because it's thin dough, that is quite doughy. As in, that's like more like a pizza crust. It's like more like a pizza crust, that chapati, but it's quite soft dough, because you usually heat it up. But usually they are made, the chapatis are usually made fresh, so they are actually done fresh with the dough. Usually have dough lying about, and then just make it up as in there, and then once they put it into the fryer, because it's like a wok pan, and basically it'll puff itself out. That's where it ends up. It expands, and it'll go that size. But I've always said a thing about the chapati. But a lot of the times that they use a lot of spices and stuff. That's what you find. We're actually waiting for somebody to pick. I know Penny Queen's about. Penny Queen's still to get pulled out. I'm waiting on Naz in the chat to work out where to pull a number 2 or a number 7 for Daryl. because Daryl USA numbers, that's why it's sat in number 60 now, because we're actually thingy. I'm waiting for somebody to say, as in one is somebody in the chat, either a 2 or a 7. Because Penny Queen needs to actually be here, as in to pick her own number. Or if Penny Queen isn't about, the numbers will get picked in the chat on her behalf. Everybody's like, oh, he's giving away free. That was the whole idea, giving away free coins. But that's what I'm saying. The idea is that if I couldn't take, we've already done yours, Rob. You've got a number 7. You've number 7. The whole idea was to, if I couldn't put a price on a raffle, then I would do something else. And if I couldn't do, as in take money for spots, then I had to do something else. And this is why I come up with the idea of the shipping pot fund. So it's basically a donation to the shipping pot fund, and you can put as much in or as little as you want in. Because I'm hoping that there's enough money sat in a pot that we can use for as many as possible to send out. Because there might be a cheaper way of doing things, but I don't like the idea of the cheaper way of doing things, because the cheaper way of doing things only shows you as in proof of postage. It only says it's only a receipt. It's basically just a receipt. Iris says number 2, so we'll take a number 2 this time then for Daryl. Daryl's number's number 6, so we're looking for number 6. 1, 2, 9. That looks like 11. 4. Number 6. Daryl's got a 1 cent. I don't know what year that 1 cent is, and he's got a 26. His number's 26 dime. We could do that actually. We could actually do that. I never even gave that a thought either, Rob. It wasn't until you said that there, I don't like that idea of the time we giving yours away, because it means then you don't have nothing to. But then I know that you're one of these ones. Rob's another one that would rather give somebody else it than actually take it himself. Right, we need to pick a number 1 or a number 2 for, as in the quarter. Well, the highest donator would be me. Because I put the money for Brissy's in, and Andrew's actually getting his stuff that he's owed, which would be 30. So the £30 should be actually going to me, but I actually donated it to the pot. Nah, doesn't work that way, Rob. Nah. Let's leave it in now, Rob, and then we'll. Depends if I've. No, but it depends what I've got, because I might have other silver in other boxes. This is what I'm hoping. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pull the amount of stuff that's in the room down, so then I can open the newer boxes, so I can pull the newer boxes out. Because Mum actually went absolutely fucking, she's like, no, mate, and I've got another box that's supposed. I still owe Lemonhead Penny money for the shipping. I'm waiting for an invoice for the shipping, as in thingy, for this other box of stuff, because this will be the last box coming for Lemonhead Penny. But I was hoping to buy other stuff, as in offer Lemonhead Penny, because as Irish knows that number one's that one, so it'll be 1983, as in, so basically I don't know. See, I don't know the situation, as and I don't know if Lemonhead's actually homeless or where he just decided to make himself homeless. I don't know. And basically, he was selling all his stuff that he had. So basically, didn't need to put anything into the shipping pod. So when the last auction was, he was just dumping everything into a box. So we were just bidding it as in with the box. He said that he told me it's not as if he stopped doing coins. What he said is he can't do it at the moment, so he won't be doing coins for a while, as in, so it'll be a long time till he does coins again. So basically, I was buying. I don't know if the money, Rob, I don't know if the money was for another place or what. I don't know. See, the thing is, I can't comment on the situation because I don't know. Because Lemonhead's one of these ones is he's like, I wouldn't say, he keeps things close to his chest, and he doesn't like to make everybody feel pity or feel sorry for him. So he sort of does as and stuff, but you sort of find out if you listen to a lot of his streams, if you listen carefully enough, you can hear things that he's trying to say, and eventually you sort of get the drift of what's going on. And this is what happened. I sort of heard parts of it, and I was like, okay. It's like about living in a van or whatever else. But Lemonhead, no, it's like he's stubborn. He doesn't want anybody just to give him money. He would rather sell what he's got. This is what he's done. He sold what he's got. Oh, aye, true, exactly, Rob. Sure, he's doing me, Bob. Good, no, he's not an idiot, I know. No, very intelligent man. Very intelligent. See, I don't go into personal issues or whatever. I don't like getting in too deep, because I could say something and then he turns around and says, how dare you say that? I didn't say that. You've got your facts wrong. So I would rather, as in it coming for the horse's mouth, because at least if it comes for the horse's mouth, you know then it's true. You know exactly the facts. I just took it on board that basically I was going to take as much stuff as I possibly could get off a Lemonhead Penny and then put it back into the community. I was like, I don't want it going into the wrong. Maybe it's me should be saying it this way, but I didn't want it to go into the wrong hands. So I was like, well, if the supporters get it, that's good. That's better. So I'm like, well, I'll take out what I need out for my own collection, and then I'll put the rest of it. I'll put the rest of it into the thing, me back into the community again. But then I was like, well, how am I going to put this back into the community again? It's like, how am I going to do it? And then that's when I come up with, I was like, well, why don't I do that? They don't pay into the wheel itself. Why? What if they were to pay the shipping pot fund? it means then that shipping pot fund won't get used for coins, so to buy coins, but it'll get used for shipping the stuff out. And I was like, this is how I'll do it. This is what I'll do. Because my channel wouldn't be the way my channel is if it wasn't for you guys. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I was like, well, that was the whole idea. You're putting something on the table, you gain something back. That was my whole idea. I like to give something back to your community. I was like, well, how am I? What am I going to put back to the community? I think that's the best idea, Rob. Exactly what you said. Because the last live was as in the moving one. Or no, there was one. The moving one's the second for the last. The next one is as in I'm talking. He's actually in the van. As in I'm going to paint. Got to paint a house or something or a building. The thing with the newest one. The newest one is when he's going to paint the building. As in waiting at 6 a.m. And the one before that, the second last one, or the one before that, is the one the thing with the auction moving one, the moving sale. The auction moving sale, so it is. Because I was there for both of them. But sometimes I see the notification as soon as if it's Lemonhead Penny, I'm like, I'm going to watch that. Because I don't like missing an auction. I see an auction, I'm like, I'm going to have a nose at that. Because sometimes I get the money. Is the money sitting there and it's like burning a hole in my pocket? I will just take that out of it. Yeah, that's Daryl's. So we get the next one. Next one's 710's been done. So we've got Daryl's. Did I do Irish's? Daryl, Irish's. Daryl 710s. Daryl 710s. Daryl 710s. And Rob Random. We still get. You still get penny queues to do drive shafts and Irish collector and Irish collectors. And then we've got first prize. We actually might do two. We might actually do two today. We might actually do two first. We might actually do two first prizes. Or a first and a second. We might do as in my way of saying an apology, because it should have got done. That's what I'm saying. It should have got done Friday. It should have been finished on Friday, because the other time we actually managed to get through it. Don't ask me how we managed to get through it, but we did. But this one was a carry on. As soon as she came up the stairs, and I heard her come up the stairs, and I thought, hope she's not going to say nothing. And then obviously she must have heard it, and it must have been bugging the tits out of her. She must have either heard that, or she was asking what was going on. What was going on? She went, I hope that's not going to go any later. And as soon as she said that, I thought, well, that's time. It's time to chuck it. Because I don't want to sit and argue with her, because when me and her doing me, I end up, I'm one of these ones that stand my ground. I stand my ground. And you start asking, and then I'll end up, I just explode. And I was like, instead of arguing, we're just basically just that's it, end of story. Because it's mum's. What it is I've got a say so in the tenancy in here because I paid my bit. But it's mum's name. It's mum's name that's actually on the council tenancy. So if mum has an ASBO or whatever, or a neighbour phones and says, I hear a lot of noise coming out of that home and it's bothering me, they then phone the council. If the police turn up, it's mum who's ringing me, it's mum that ends up gets it in the neck. And it's end up but it's her that takes the consequences. So instead of that happening, I'm not going to argue with you. So, because she was right, it was getting later. She was quite right. So I was like, right, just cut it, guys. As in, it's that time. There's only a couple of people on. There's a couple of people on, and I was like, right, that's it. There's only one in the chat or whatever. I went, right, that's it. And Andrew's like laughing about it. And I was like, okay, you're laughing and you think it's funny, right? Okay, I'll laugh with you. And then I was like, well, we'll catch up on it. But I didn't want to go into as in leaving it to next week because people go like, well, he didn't finish it this week. So that means then he's not going to finish this week's one again. So that would have been 2 that wasn't been finished. And I was like, well, let's call it part 1 and part 2. And then I was like, no. And then I was like, the other day, I was like, well, how can I apologise to? I feel bad in what I've said in Friday's one, way as in lucky, and also as in why I had to cut it short. So I'm like, I wonder if the apology, I wonder if I can make it up to them by as in bringing a roll of coins out. And then I seen the 2 rolls and I'm like, well, we were talking about these 2 rolls that were opened, and I thought, hold on a minute. And I'm looking at the 2 rolls and I'm like, And I goes, what if I take out the better looking ones, as in new spots or whatever? Because I noticed on the levels there was a couple of bits that were like defects on the corners, and it looked as if they'd been water. That's the way they're looking, and I'm thinking, I don't like the look of that corner piece. So I took all the sort of the better ones out, the sort of really nicer ones out, the rolls. I'm pulling them out. Right, they'd ding me, and I was like, right. I was like, and then I'm like, what the way will I title it? And I'm like, well, I title it as in something finish the wheel and 3/4, because that's what I was going to title it, and 3/4. And then I says to Andrew, I was like, well, if you're coming in chat, don't let me forget, as in to put a quarter in, you have to pick either 1983 or a level quarter. Don't let me forget to put that in your package. And then I'm thinking, well, if Andrew's getting one, why not that you make it out that everybody that even though they weren't in the wheel, as in for Friday, why don't you put it that if whoever comes in the chat, they pick either as in an 83 or a level, they're only getting one. So basically, as in you get one, but if you come in Friday and there's less than 12 people on the wheel, that's what we're doing. We're putting 12. We're putting 12 names on the wheel. Because what we need to do is, as in if there's 12 years, you need to wait for, as in the wheel to finish, the 12 to come off, and then another 12 goes on, as in fresh names. So if there's more than 12, you need to wait your turn, because we've only the wheels marked 1 to 24, but I felt that the spaces were too narrow. So I renumbered it and put my own numbers and stuck them on my sellotape, as in bits of card, square bits of card. So that's, we're doing 1 to 12. But the way that it's working is that you get a minimum prize. So you can pick either between the bag 7 or 2. You pick the 2 or you pick the 7. You can't pick both. You can only pick one bag. And then what we do at the end is that what we were going to do was last man standing, because that's why we called it Elephant in the Room, because it was going to be the last one. But I felt that if we were to do that, it'll take time for it to take 12 names off it and for only one to win. So what I've done is then these are all put back in the wheel, and whoever's number it falls on, that's who wins it. That's who wins first prize. And first prize is basically, as in this one of the slabs, or it could be a copper, or it could be a copper round. What I'm going to do is every week I'm going to decide something different. So every week it'll be something different. So it might be a slab, it might be a copper coin, and then eventually it might end up being like as in a generic silver. Because that was what the hope was. I was like, right, let's make a budget of like £40 or something like that for first prize. Sort of, because these slabs are between, like, I've been picking them up for like 15, less than 15 quid or something, like 15. You could start with 15 quid and upwards, $15 and upwards. But $15 over their money's about 11, about a tenner or something like that. So it's actually slightly less when it's converted, because I don't put the fee in for like the shipping, because I always leave it for a big shipping box. So they're like $75 or $80 on their own. But that's like £14. That's about £14 in weight. So there's £14 worth of stock in that. As in, and that's quite heavy, that box. Because it's I always love when it's well taped. Because that tape is it's thicker than our tape. It's a lot thicker, and that's like material tape that's on that box. So that box is not even come undone. Because it can get damaged as it goes into, because whatever way it falls onto when they take it out of the aeroplane, because it's got to go on the aeroplane, and either it'll fall like that, or it'll fall like that, or sometimes it'll fall down the conveyor and it'll do that as in a full flip, and sometimes it can get damaged, the box itself. But that one didn't get damaged or kicked about, because one I showed Andrew and it looked as if, that's exactly what it looked like. It's as if somebody booted it. It looked like a concertina. That's what it looked like, nearly a concertina, the box itself. There was one end, that's what it looked like, and I was like, I hope there's nothing damaged in that box, and I hope nothing fell out that box. I seen it, because it's like a concertina. You looked at it, it's like a concertina. So it looked like, and it's like that. The box is like that, but the end of it was like that. So it looked like a concertina, the bottom of the box. I was like, I hope there's nothing done the damage inside that box. Because sometimes it can be the proof sets and it's a plastic casing, and it's sometimes the perspex on it, as in the corner edges are quite thick, but the facial is quite thin. It's quite easily for them to get cracked. Because as it says, I don't break a proof set unless it's damaged. As in, that's the only time I'll break a proof set open. Because usually proof sets, I don't like breaking them open. Because as you'll see, a lot of people when they're doing their albums, that's what they'll do. They'll bust a proof set open to get the quarters or whatever out it, the certain coin out it, to put them in their albums. I don't break whatever the way it comes in. That's the way it goes back out. That's the way it goes back out again. It's like, but you can make more. You can make more money if you took them. You can make more money off the coins if you took them out the. If you took them out if you took them out of slabs or you took them out of proof sets. I'm not interested. Right, what one? Right, we've got 3 done, so we need another. So we get. I was at. I didn't see Penny Queen saying that. I need to find out who got the 1959 dime and see if I can buy that. I don't even know who. Penny Q, was it in a. What I want to ask is, Penny Q, was it in a slab? Was it in a slab? Was it slabbed? Was it slabbed in 1959, or was it as in, or was it just separate that 1959? And was it what was it a graded one, or was it any as in if? All right, you seen it to the second box. You'd need to ask guys and whoever bought it. You need to find out who actually bought it. Because that book, see the book, Penny Queen, see the book. Somebody wanted to buy that as in the book and said they wanted to donate it to Melissa as in the book, because the book was blanky stern, the book blanky stern. And it was to go back into the community. That's why they went daft to try and get it. That's why it was getting bidded, that box, to get the book for Melissa, to send it on to Melissa, because Melissa was very, very friendly. As in, I wouldn't say as in there was a cut or there was anything between them, but Stern was a good friend of Melissa's as well, and Melissa got on with him as well as in Stern. And that's why they went daft for to get the book, because the book was worth good money as well, as in because it's Rob White's or whoever's book it is. He wrote it. He originally wrote that book, as in and actually put it, everything that he ever knew was in information wise in that book about that the coins in particular. That book is like that thick. It's about that. You saw it in Cameron, it looked like that. It's actually, when you look at that, when the book itself, the book's like that. That's the thing with the book. Because I bought a book off a thingies. I bought a book off a Lemonhead, and it looked nothing like that when you saw the book. The book's actually that thick. It's 318 pages, that book. It's on its own. Because that's one that's in Canadian coins. And George missed it. George didn't get the opportunity of getting that book, and he's like, I wished I had been there on that day. He's like, because I could actually need that actual information. But I gave George money for to go and get one and see if he could get one like it. I said, but you better ask in Lemonhead, because you know where to get it, wherever he got that one from. And I was like, George, if you need information, as in, let me know. As in the messenger, because I've got George in Messenger. I was like, just tell me what page it is, and I'll take pictures of it and send you to her. Because George was like, can you fax me over as in the pages yet, so I can get the information at it. I don't mind working with people. I'm not here. I'm not in this community to keep all the information, as in to withhold information. As in, it's a case of so that we all get a piece of the cake. It's like having a bit of cake. It's like having a birthday cake, and the size it's like that, and you're thinking, I can't eat all that cake. And then you invite everybody as in be at that birthday gig. So you're actually cutting a bit of the cake. Well, I think of that cake like as if it's all us that's involved in that cake. And what I usually do is I'm like, I want to cut the cake up into bits, but I would like my bit as well. And I'm like, well, hopefully, as in the time that plate comes round, there's still a bit sitting in that plate for myself, and nobody else is eating the rest of the cake or being selfish and thought, well, I'll have 2 pieces instead of 1. So that's the way I think about business, as in the way my head thinks about it. And that was the whole idea behind it, was to give everybody a piece of the action. Because in my channel, there's no my channel. It's for all us, so that we all grow together. Because we all met as in the Lemonhead Pennies. Then Joe was there, and then Joe went his own way or whatever, but they didn't fall out. They just went their own separate ways. We end up with, within time, we sort of fly the nest, as in for this nest that we're all together, and we sort of go our own separate ways. But we're still all friends with each other. We still all know each other, and we all still work together, or well, some of us work together. But then there's ones where they fall out, and they'll not speak to each other, and then it carries on and carries on. And then it ends up, well, it is this YouTube drama. But you don't know whether it's just made up to make it look that way, or whether it is actually they're at war with each other. And I'm not here for all that war, nor that carry on and drama. I'm not here for all that carry on. I just want to be able to get on with everybody, so we all can work hand in hand with each other. Because there's stuff that I can't get a hold of, and I'm like, I'd really like to get a hold of that. But I don't know what I've got and what I haven't got at the moment, because I've not got it invented as in everything what I've got. And some of it I was like, well, I'm not going to use it because I've got dimes. I got dimes off of Andrew, but I don't have that one you're asking about. I don't know if I've got one of them or not. I don't know. But if you said it went into that box, maybe that person's got that one, and maybe they might sell you it. But at the end of the day, you would need to look the record, because that's what he does. He doesn't, Lemonhead, if it's an auction, Lemonhead doesn't delete the videos. So whoever was in the chat that bought that box, his name will be on it, or the name of the channel will be on it. Where the channel exists or not, I don't know. It might be somebody that knows Lemonhead personally, I don't know. And maybe it's a coin dealer. Because no always are coin dealers, some of these are collectors, and some of them won't part with the collection, won't part with their collection. And some of them are like, well, I thought that. I know Penny Queen, because a lot of the stuff, as it said, he couldn't carry it about in the backpack. So that's how he was downsizing everything. He was downsizing everything, as in he didn't want to put it into storage, because he's got to pay for the storage, as in every month or whatever it is. And the last one, he lost all the stuff that was in storage, because obviously he couldn't keep up the payments. So he ended up, he lost the stuff that was in the storage, and he didn't want that happening again. So he decided, well, it might as well go back into the community. That's why he did it that way. And I said, when I seen what he was doing, I was like, just keep going, keep putting that in that box. Because as soon as I seen that box getting filled up, I was like, well, I'm on that box. I'm bidding on that box. I'd missed part of what was going on before that. So I only caught the sort of tail end of it. The tail end, because I was looking about on YouTube, and I was going through my notification list, was going through my notification list and I seen Lemonhead Penny and it says auction, moving sale on it. I thought, I need to get in there. I just went in for a nosy, and as soon as I seen what was going on, I was like, hold on a minute. I was like, that's gone. Somebody might get that, and it might be that it might not end up in the community. And so I was like, well, if I can get a hold of it and bring it over here, then I can put it back into the community, because I'm like, well, I can take out what I need for my collection and what the overstock that ends up, I can put it on the wheel. Because this is not the reason why Penny Q I'm doing I'm not saying when you asked about how much was a spot, that's how I'm not putting prices on the actual wheel itself. I said as in you can donate as little as you like or as much as you like for the shipping pot fund. That's so it pays for the international shipping, so it goes over there. But when I send it over, I want to send it in bubble envelopes, the biggest ones as possible and as much as possible, so that basically it's like that by the time it's finished. But that's what I want to find out, as in how much weight I can actually put in. I couldn't get into his computer. Penny Queen, he couldn't get into his computer because I emailed him. A couple of days beforehand because I wanted to find out what was going on. Because I was like, I wonder if that means then that he's giving up coins. And I said to him, does that mean then that you're going to give it up? Because I couldn't get my head round it. I couldn't get my head round what was going on. Where it was just downsizing. And maybe just getting you get rid of old stock and then freshen it up new stock. That's what I thought maybe was going on. And then when I found out that no, that wasn't the case, I was like, oh no, and I'm like, that means we're gonna lose a good man, as in for stock. I was like, so that means then I'm a source down, as in for getting stock. And I didn't really want to gear up that source, because it's a good source to have, because you don't know what's coming in. I mean, he'll buy it and then he sort of starts sorting it out and then putting 30 lots up, so you'll know what he's got off his, because he's got a good source. But he wouldn't, people like that, as in if you've got a good source, you don't tell people who your source is or where your source is that you're getting as in stock from, the actual person you're buying it from. You're all interested in selling it and turning a quick profit, or you only want a quick sort of a quick flip. So you're only putting another couple of pound on it, so it's like bread and butter. You got to keep. Everybody doesn't. People don't realise you get your overheads and all the rest and all that carry on. Do you know what I mean? It's a lot of work that's involved in it. You can't only flip it for a quick couple of bucks to pay for enough to either buy double amount of stock or to keep your head above water. And that's exactly what he was doing. He was trying to keep his head above water. Of course, Irish is a good guy. I've never had a problem as in the boxes of stuff coming over. Like 4 or 5 boxes of stuff that I've not even opened. I didn't even check it. As in, because I know it'll be auction stuff that'll be in it. It'll be dated. As in, if I've won a GW, it's all dated as in what date it was, what auction it actually, what date it was. Because sometimes I've seen it in like envelopes. What the hell's in that envelope? Dated 6th or whatever. Because the way you use date them as and over there, it's like instead of, it's like the 6th month and then 11. because we date it as we date it over here, it's dated the 11th stroke and then the 6th, so the 6th month is in the middle. They date it differently over there. They date it as in where the month's first and then the down with the date is in the middle of it. Penny Queen, before you finish, what you wanting? Do you want either a 7 or a 2? So I know, so when yours comes out, just put either a 7 or 2 in the chat, and then if you do that before you leave, I know exactly which one you want, because that's what we're doing between the bag of 7 and 2. I know, because Penny Queen obviously seen it and down me. There's obviously a coin that a dime that she's after. And I need to go through my inventory, or I need to go through my boxes to see if I had that. But then there's something with that coin. That's what she's saying. It's a rim to rim with die crack. It's a die crack. I don't think I've got one of them. And obviously that's worth more. That rim to rim die crack. May still have that in the collection. No, because I knew he was a good guy. I knew he was a good guy in the time the day I met him, but I was like, the first time you meet somebody, you had to sort of work them out, as in the day, as in within a couple of weeks or a couple of days, and you're like, you can't do it. It takes it takes time. It actually takes time for you to get to know somebody, and you're like, do I like that guy? Is there something about him, or is she? Do I like she? But down me, do I feel as if I can trust them, or do I feel comfortable with being around that person? I mean, there's a lot of things you got to work out as in that, but I mean, you've got to, it's like a judgment you've got to make, and it's hard to make that judgment straight away. They wanted a pound for a can. They wanted a pound for a can, and I seen that for a 1.5 bottle, as in for £3, and I thought bugger it. I said I'm gonna get the bottle, because I always feel dry. I always feel dry. My throat always feels dry. But I don't know if that's because as in being an ex-smoker or not. I don't know if that's the case. Maybe that's why. Right, let's jump on with this. It missed 12 anyway. Is anybody 10? No. 710 was number 10, but he's been pulled out. Number 11, is it? Number 11 was Brissy Boy. Brissy's has been taking it. We only need number 12 in die shafts. I can't make that any less noise. Number 11, it's back on number 11 again. It might be a case of we end up cheating again, like the other week there. I don't know why it's no. number 8. Who's number 8? Android number 8, but it's down there, it's gone. See, John came in, but he never picked the quarter. He said hello or whatever else, and then he disappeared, and then just disappeared, and then just disappeared. Number 3 is drive shaft. Number 3 is drive shaft Drew. Right, everybody's to pick, guys, in between a number 7 or a number 2 for drive shaft Drew. Oh, number 3, so it can't be. Because drive shaft Drew is in Ontario. I think drive shaft is up in Ontario, so he's Canada. He's Canada, Andrew. That's where he is. Drive shaft. I've known drive shaft since as with you Dizzy. That's how I met drive shaft. He become a supporter straight no long within less time. That's his number 7. Right, so we need to pick, guys, in between number. Now we need to pick Andrew, as in whoever in the chat, as in either pick number 1 or number 2 for the quarter. Dry shaft, there's their dry shaft. I should say number 2, so that's Lowell. So there's the Lowell. And there's the Lowell quarter going in. So there's the Lowell quarter. I'm actually showing you guys, right? Now there's the Lowell. The Lowell's going in. So there's the Lowell going into the quarter. So you can see, that's why I'm showing you it, so you know it definitely went in there. So there's no cheating. There's no cheating. People can't turn around and say, well, he didn't send it. Well, I did, because there it's there. There's the proof. Because that's why Lemonhead used to say to people, as in putting it in the chat, the bid goes into the chat, so that basically it's there. It's evidence. It's evidence that it was there. I'm just bear with me, guys. I'm just putting another one there. As soon as the Lowell's, because as I'm saying, I've not even checked them for errors of variety. So if you check your coin and it's got an error of variety, if you want to say to me, look, I looked at this, I seen it, but don't tell me how much it's worth, because I'm not interested. And what you do with it is your business. Yeah, if you want to keep it in your collection, keep it in your collection. You want to sell it. But don't start rubbing it in my nose as in, oh, by the way, I got that for that. I don't want to hear. I don't want to know. Because that makes me pigs. It's like, it makes me like pig sick, because I'm like, well, I lost that, or I gave that away. And then you get people telling me, well, how much they actually got for it. So it's like rubbing salt into it's like rubbing salt into a wound, and it becomes sore. It becomes sore. It becomes sore, the wound, because you're rubbing it in. So you're boasting or you're bragging what you got for it. Why do that to somebody if they've gave it the goodness of their heart, or they've looked at it as just a run-of-the-mill coin, and you've looked at it and found something that they didn't spot on it? Alright, it's okay you telling them how to look for that, as in showing them exactly what they were supposed to be looking at, that's fine. But it's when you start telling them as much you got for it, that's like rubbing salt. That's like rubbing salt in the wounds. That hurts. Because you're thinking, well, I could have got that money. I could have got that money for that. And they feel gutted in their own heart. They feel gutted inside themselves because they've missed out on that opportunity. And it's not because it's not because that other person that gave them it feels jealous. It's because you're telling them about it and they feel pig sick. They feel like actually wanting to throw up because you're bragging about it. And that's exactly what then rubbing salt into the wound. I'm not Lemonhead. I like to hear somebody turn around and say, I know, Andrew, but it's nice somebody saying you were supposed to be looking for this and actually show you in a microscope and say, look, there's what you were supposed to be looking at, and there's what I saw in this. But when they start telling you how much it's worth or the value, and they've sent it away and they've done me, and then they're going to, and you know they're going to sell it. You know exactly they're going to sell it. That's what I'm saying. It's like rubbing salt into the wound. It's like rubbing salt into the wound, and they feel so. It's like as if it's this overwhelming feeling you get, and it's like as if you're going to be it's like as if you're going to throw up, as in actually throw up, because you're thinking I could have had the opportunity of selling it myself or checking it more carefully and actually get that kind of money for it. Because that's what I'm saying. It's as if they're bragging about it. And I'm like, why brag about it? Why actually do that to somebody? Let them think what they want to think about that coin. As they see it as, well, it's just a coin. Just a coin to them, you know what I mean? Yeah, just have it. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm like that way. I don't even check. That's what I'm saying. There's rolls there. There's not even checked, not even opened. Because all I'm thinking about is it says 76p. So I want, if once I do my albums or whatever, all I'm interested in is getting 2 coins that are half decent to put into my collection, so that I have then that as a specimen or 2 specimens out that, and the rest I want to be able to send them on to somebody else. So I want to be able to, once I bust that roll open, I want to have at least 40 odd people or whatever, so that I can send them that same coin out for their own collection or whatever they want to do with it. But that's what I'm saying. It's like my old man, and people take stuff off my old man would ask a price for it, right? And about 3 weeks later, this person would come back and turn, oh, by the way, I got such and such for that. My man's like, you fucking bad, you're a rotten bastard. You knew you were going to take that away and sell it and get treble what I asked for off you. And you're actually bragging about it, and you don't even get the decency to take another couple of quid out your pocket and say, well, there's a sweetener for you. Or buy the next item off you and say, by the way, there's a sweetener. They're a thing, mate. They're a five or a tenner extra. Do you know what I mean? Because good sources are hard to get hold of. And once you've got them, as in it's a case of trying to keep a hold of them, as in do right by them, so that you keep getting stuff off them, as in good stuff at that. That's how I've never looked by dazzling Lemonhead penny. That's how I've always kept money for a Tuesday. And then if he's turned around and says to me on an email or whatever and says, by the way, I'm got my dealer, but I don't think I've got enough. Is there any chance that are you going to buy anything Are you going to buy it? Or it's a case of like, as if to say, well, you got to buy anything on Tuesday. Is there any chance a couple of bits of readies for so I can ding me so I can get a bit more off my sauce? I don't mind people like that, as in the turn and see you up in an email and you get you've bought a lot of stuff off me in the past. Was just thinking about you. I'm got my dealer or my source. My source is looking for X amount of pounds. I don't think I've got enough to afford that. Is there any chance you send me some readies, and I'll keep that stuff by for you. I don't mind that, because you're like, well, they're buying for me, so they've got the right. They know exactly the quality you're looking for. They know exactly what you buy, and they know exactly your taste of stuff. So they know. So you're buying it blind. You're buying it blind, but they're working on behalf of you. That's quite a good source to have, because the guy that we used to work for, and this is what used to do my nutting. He'd a dealership right up in East Kilbride, Rover dealership. The Rover dealership used to phone him during the week, right? And they say to him, we want you to estimate this car. We've got this car in Part X, or we're getting it in Part X. But we're not going to retail it. What does that work out in the book? And he'd underestimate that car for them, right? And then when he went to go and get the car, or when he went to go and get 12 cars or whatever, for whatever money he was going to pay, he used to fucking hang me. He used to dance and be moaning and groaning about as when he come down, when he used to take him away for parts, automobile. Look, motors are fucking shite. As in how much work we have to put in them to get them right for the auction. He's buying them for nearly buttons, as in half of them, half the dealership, because he didn't want to retail them, because they were not good enough for to retail them at their place. And because he was a used car dealer. So they using the independent car dealers to take away the stuff that they couldn't retail, or that they couldn't shift, right? So he's moaning and groaning as in about the rubbish they were giving him, right? But if I was forgetting about the good stuff, he used to get out there from time to time. Do you know what I mean? You got to take the good. When you're a dealer, when you're an independent dealer, you've got to take the good and the bad. So you've got to take the good and the bad stock away to get the good stuff. And he was always fucking complaining, and I'm like, what are you complaining? What are you moaning about? What are you fucking greeting about? Because there was some good cars that used to come down, and I was like, that's really a nice bit of kit. Okay, it would be black, it'd be black, it'd be filthy bogging, bogging. I seen one, right, that was filthy bogging, right? And I'm talking about it was about that thick, right? Fucking plastered with muck on it, right? We sat and cleaned that car, right? And it was beautiful paintwork underneath that, hang me that 3.5 quarter a muck. You know, that it'd been well maintained. Don't get me wrong, the car had been well maintained, as in mechanically, but it looked a stinking rotten dog because of how filthy it was. But the paintwork had been kept good underneath it, because obviously the muck had get ingrained inside it. Well, it wasn't really ingrained, but it was right in the top. It was like top level, but it had been like building up for like maybe weeks or something like that, because it hadn't seen a wash for God knows how long. And he's fucking sitting there greeting about the stuff that he was getting that was shite, as in the shitty ones. I'm like, why are you fucking complaining? You get 6 good motors or whatever, because there was one August where we brought I think it was 22 motors down, and I was cleaning this BMW, right, this 3 Series, and he's like to me, they put it in the corner of the building, because he bought a big building, but they ended up a big warehouse building, right? And there was plenty of space to get them in, but there was like this way, and we built a big paint shop, right? So the paint shop had nothing in it. So we opened the two doors, and the old man decided to put two in them. So there was one there, and the second one was at the back of it, right? But there was still plenty of space to get around the car, so I'm sitting there cleaning this BMW, right? I've just put the polish on the bonnet. I'm taking the polish off. He fucking comes running in. He comes running in the hangway, in the place, in the warehouse, and he's telling me to stop. Stop, stop, stop. What are you talking about? Just take that polish off that bonnet. Oh, what have you done? He sold 12 of them, as in, not even as in took them to the auction. He sold 12 of them in the same day as he pulled them down. He must have, he phoned a place, I think he phoned Annie, I think it was Annie's Land Trade Centre, phoned Annie's Land Trade Centre, and they're like, well, if they're as good as that, bring them out. He's like, oh, fucking stop. What is he in a fucking panic for? Just take the polish off that bonnet. Don't even bother we don't even bother cleaning that more. I've just sold, fucking rubbing his hands, I've just sold the cars. But he forgot about all the good stuff they used to give him because of the shite that he was buying. And I'm like, don't you understand? That's the way an independent trader works. You've got to take the good and the bad. You can't just take the good away from somebody and expect to keep that contact. You got to take the good with the bad, and that's what I was doing in my Leavenhead. Didn't care. I didn't blow on my backside. I maybe look at it in auction and go, oh, I don't want this one, I don't want that one. That's because you was putting them into auction. So you were having a choice. But when you build a reputation up with somebody, you become not just a collector, you become a small independent dealer, and they get to know exactly what stuff that you like. So they can sometimes work on your behalf and maybe go to the source of where they're going to. They're not going to tell you the source that they're going to and turn around and say, by the way, on an email, by the way, is there any stock you wanting? I'm going to my dealer. I'm a bit short of funds. Can you help me? Out? You're not going to turn around and say no, especially if you got money sitting there. You're not going to turn around and say no to them. Do you know what I mean? Because that's how I got some of the thing. That's how I got a couple of some of them Littletons ones that are in. I showed Andrew them, and they were in like packets, and then I was like, well, hang, because the other week there I was sitting through them, and I'm looking through them, and I'm going, the Littletons ones, right, and I'm going, I didn't even realise there was doubles in them, right, so I'm like, I've kept these ones back, and I'm like, I seen this bag, and I'm like, why is that? It doesn't say, I didn't mark it saying keep on it, right, so I'm looking and I'm going, are they ones that I'm keeping, or are they ones that I was going to sell? And I'm looking at them like that, right? So I'm like that. So I takes a look through them. And I sees EF on one. And then there was something like F on another one. So I'm like, well, that's extra fine. That one's fine. So I'm looking at them and I'm looking at the dates on them. And I goes, that's 1959. One said 1959S on it. I looks the next one and I goes, that's thing, man. I goes, that's the same as that one. So I'm looking at two of them, and I'm like, so I'm sitting there like that with the packages. So I didn't even take them out the packages because I'm like, well, I'm not taking them out. So I'm looking at two of them, I'm like, I says, which one am I going to keep? I'm looking at two of them, and I goes, well, that looks as good as that one. I goes, but that one's as in slightly a better grade than that other one. So I goes, right, I'm going to take that one out. And then I goes, right, I said, well, like that, and I threw it out the corner, and I went, right, that's gone in. So I had that pile there, keep pile, and I had the other pile sat there, and I'm like, right, that's gone, that one's gone, and this one's gone. That's what Andrew was saying. You should have kept an inventory sheet of everything you had, and then ticked up, right, I don't need this one, don't need that one, so I don't buy that again at auction. But there's been times where I've went like that, and I'm thinking, do I own that one? Have I bought that one before? And I kept looking at it and I'm like, oh, the money's right, as in what I would pay at auction or whatever, as in, and I went, uh, is it worth buying it? And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, I'm going for it, aye. If I'll bid it, and then I'm like, well, if that does 3 bids or 2 bids, and somebody wants to bid higher than me, I'm like, well, the last bid, I'm going to turn around and say out to that. And that's why I don't really get mad at auction, because I'm like, well, if I don't win it, I don't win it. Okay, it's nicer quality. Okay, it would be nice to have it. As in, but what if I have a collection, or I already have it in my collection? There's no point in actually keeping hold of it. Okay, I laugh, or I think it's funny when Lemonhead does the tree thing, right? The tree, which is 3, right? But the way he says it's funny, right? But there's no point in me having 3 of them, because there's no time where I'm going to go, well, I want to put that in another album. Because albums over here are hard to get, because we don't have a Hobby Lobby. I went into Hobbycraft and I went all the way through their place, and I'm like, do you do any albums or any stuff for coins? And they're like, no, we don't do anything for coins. I says, but you don't have another source to use, as in, or another department that you've not told nobody about. I says, you don't have, as in, as in, connected onto Hobby Lobby. Hobby Lobby, the real last man, we don't even know what that is. Hobby Lobby. I said, well, I've been told this over in America. There's a place called Hobby Lobby. I said, but you's connected in any way to Hobby Lobby? And so I don't think so. She went, do you know the name of the website? I went, of course I do. I says, it's Hobby Lobby. So she tried putting it in, and we couldn't even get it to come up in the system. Right, so I'm like, and I'm thinking, for fuck's sake. And then I'm like, well, it means then I have to go on Amazon. So I'm like, well, it means then I have to buy off another supplier that's coming out of China or wherever, as in to get books or albums. I'm better as well just buying it for auction for somebody that's got it, or is actually dealing with an outside source or whatever, where they're buying coins on a regular basis, and just buy the books for them if it's an affordable price, or the price that I want to pay for them, and then just get them sent over here, and then just put them in the books. But a lot of the times where you look at the albums, or the albums that they've been sitting in, and either the coin has started toning, or it's went further than toning. You're like, is that really a nice coin? But then you're trying to think, oh, why is it went like that? Is it because of the book it's been in the album itself? Is there, was it a case that it was sitting in somewhere in a hot climate, or in somebody's cupboard or something like that? Maybe that caused the heat, caused it to turn that colour or whatever. There's a lot of questions you start asking yourself, because you want them in sort of really nice quality, as in, because you know that the grading would be better, as in, depending on the condition of the coin itself. So you don't know where it's worth putting it in an album or not, from time to time. Because that's like the one sense. I think I've got one that's Canadian, and then I've got another one that's it's not Canadian. I think this is it here. I know I'm going to do the wheel. We're going to do it, guys, but I just want to show you something. Right, now, this is one that's because it says Stephen Borasseri or something, Bossery, something. But there's ones where there's them missing, but that's a That's a Canadian, but as you can see, the colour is actually turned. But I don't know if it's something to do with the actual album itself, or whether it's something to do with it as in where it's been laying, and it's caused that to the coloration of the coins or no. I don't know. Because this is the one I got off of. Now, this is not the best one at all. This is the one that I got a while ago off a Justin Busman, but the quality of these ones are not as good as the ones that I've had off a lemon, as I've off a Lemonhead. You see that one there? Can you see it, guys? As in that one it's got like a black mark on it, or black, as in that one there. That's 1961D, and even the 62D is not the best either. There's a cut on, but I don't know if it's caused it because the other coins are touching, because the other coins are touching the fascia of the other ones, or where that's the book, as in the ink of the actual book itself. I don't know, because that part there touches the coins there, so it might have come off, the ink dye might have come off the blue section there, as in, because that's turned that way, like that, and then the coins are like that on there. So that outer section there is actually touching the facial of the coins there. And that's what I'm wondering, where that book has caused that to turn the coins like that. So I'm thinking, is it worth having coins in the albums in the first place? Because if that was like tracing paper, the tracing paper would have stopped that for come. It would have stopped that from happening. Because that's 1920 to date. There's probably is coins where is in them, but as I said, it's not that I can be, it's not that I'm lazy, I'm being lazy, it's just that I can't even bother going through, as in take my time to go through them all, as in looking carefully, because I'd be there for a while looking at all these coins and like that and thinking, well, what's that thing me? And then end up, you start putting things by because you're like, well, you see something that's different on this one and that one, and you're thinking, is it there or what? And you're saying me as and sitting there, I'm not sure about that coin or whatever. Right, what one have we got left? We've got Penny Q and Irish Collector, so we've got number 7. We've got number 7 and number... Is that number 2? I think that's number 2. Number 12 was Penny Q, or sorry, Steel Wool. Number 2 was Penny Q, so we get number 2 and number 2 and number 7 still to do. Number 2 and number 7 still to do. I'm trying to watch my time because as Brissy says, I'm trying to not catch up to 4 hours. I'm trying to time me the time down, but as I'm talking, I'm keeping that going. Come on. Nearly. Not quite. 3's number. 3's drive shaft, and we've already done drive shaft. That should have been marked half a book. Drive shaft we've already done. We've already done drive shaft, so that one's already done. So we've got number 12 too. I know Irish, I'm trying to do your one. That's what I'm hoping that happens. it only needed to put another thing with as in 12 as in no. Number 2. Number 1 is Rob Random. See, it always is as in the last 2 numbers that you actually need. It's always the last. Number 10. Who's number 10? Number 10 was 17. No, I'm not touching the top. I'm actually sort of trying to bring the noise down a bit to see if I can stop it from as in making so much noise. I knew, I had a funny feeling it was Carol Nyberg as in Penny Q. I had a funny feeling. I don't even know who he is. I don't know who he or she is. I've never seen their name before, Carol Nyberg. But Penny Q, look at the comments when he's trying to get hold of thing, when he's trying to get hold of Lemonhead Penny as an actual to phone him. I know, but we can't see. The thing is, we can't see that thing as in that because we don't know him doesn't mean to say that Lemonhead doesn't know him. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's even if it's a new buyer or a new person in the community, you still got to give the benefit. Do you know what I mean? The benefit of the doubt, even though we don't know him, it could be for another community that we've not actually been in before. That's the thing, because there's other people that we've never met before that we still don't know, and we're like, that's only part of the community we know. We don't know everybody. The only thing you can do is basically did you check to see if the person had a channel, because even though some of them have got a channel but they don't have video footage. I hope he tag me. I hope he pays Lemonhead, because it was quite a bit. It wasn't just a wee bit of money. It was quite a bit of money, as in it was to be paid. Because I was in for the last ones, and I don't know. I don't know. Just all of a sudden, I just kept bidding, and I couldn't stop. I just couldn't stop. But it was because I seen the amount of stuff that was going in the box, and I'm like, that's more added on, and I was like another couple of pound. I was like, well, because I'm trying to add it up in my own head at the time, as he's dumping it in the box. As Lemonhead's going like that, and he kept talking, and all of a sudden he just kept lifting another handful, and he kept going like that he kept going like that. Good if you found the channel, good Penny Q, nice one. I could just hang me eyes and just email it or whatever, or leave a comment. I'm interested in the 1959. I'm interested in 1959 double die or whatever it is. As in, I was interested in I'm interested in purchasing this. Would you be interested? Would you be interested in selling it? Because as long as he's paid Lemonhead, it means then they're his. As soon as he makes payment to Lemonhead, that's it. To Lemonhead, that's it gone. As long as the money's in his the Lemonhead's PayPal, that's it gone. Because I know I owe shit. I know I still owe shipping, but I've actually got money laying, as in the money that I get monthly. That's what I said. I was hoping to get another box of stuff, because he's like, well, you've got a box and it's just a bit full. He's like, oh, it is full. So I know I owe between 75 and 80 for that. But then I'm like, well, if I get the other box at the same time, I can pay for that one plus also that one at the same time. But I've not had an invoice sheet, so I have to then go and, well, the last, as in how much the last one is. But then I was like, well, that's how I said to him, well, when he's done the auction there, he says about friends and family, which is not usually like him to ask the friends and family. And that's how I said to him, I don't mind paying the extra 3% on top, because it means then I know you're safe, and then it means I'm safe. So it means that the two are in their rights. Because I know that he dinged me, I know he send it, because he's never been a time where he hasn't sent it. But then he's like about the pod, because that's what he's going to get. He's going to, says, I'm going to run this errand. I heard him say it on the thingy, on the video, on the early morning video. He had the van, he says, I need to give the van back. I'm going to do this job. Once I do this job, I've got a couple of errands to run, and then I'm coming back. I'm going to do the shipping for everybody. And then, but he's got to pick up the pod or order the pod, and then whatever hadn't been paid for, it would go into the pod. That's what he said. I want to put it in the pod now. But that's not my job to say anything. As in, it's up to them people to watch the video and to listen to what I'm actually saying. Because his personal issues are none of my business. That's up to what, if Lemonhead wants to say about what's going on in his life, that's up to him. As in, because it's his channel. He's allowed to say what he likes. And if he doesn't want to tell anybody, that's up to him as well. I'm just going on what I've listened to, or what I've heard, or what I've heard when I've been listening to the conversation, or what he's been saying. It's only yours one to pull out. So number 2 I've got to pull out, and number 7, and then we've to do the first prize. It doesn't matter where he's even if he's not got any videos, because somebody that's a coin dealer sometimes don't put out videos. Sometimes they're only buying as in and then reselling it on elsewhere. Because that's what I used to do when I used to do the eBay. What I used to do was I wouldn't do any videos or whatever, so I wouldn't tell anybody where it was coming from. And I used to go up the car boot sale, buy it for the car boot sale, and then sell it on eBay. And that's what he might be doing. He might be buying it for wherever he can buy it from. And then that's why he doesn't want to put videos out, because it's showing where it came from. So it basically he can then resell it as in for whatever he's going to get for it. A lot of people do that. They don't want to show you everything. They only show you what they want to show you. The difference is I'm too big in that. I tell you, I shot myself in. Right, number 3, so one. That's what I'm checking if number 3 came out. 3 came out. Penny Q, seeing the thing, he's seeing his about, and he's, if you check the about section to see if as a business email address, and you might not get it on. I have that same thing on tablet. It'll not show me on tablet, but if I go on the Chromebook, it'll open it up. It'll open it up as in under the about section. If you look at the about section, sometimes there's a business email address. It'll say I'm not a robot, as in when you click it, it'll ask you if you're a robot or not. And then if you press I'm not a robot, it might give you a set of pictures. You could do the pictures on it, and then, alright, so you checked it. This is going to be one that she's going to have a hell of a job. He was trying to get a hold of Lemonhead Penny's number, but I don't know if he managed to get his number. I don't know if he managed to get his number or not, his actual personal number, because I know Lemonhead changed over phones, because his phone packed up or something like that, and he bought it. Because he asked me, he says, is a Samsung any good, Alec? Because it was Melissa that dropped the bombshell and went, he's a phone, he's into phones, Lemonhead. He goes, oh, is he? And he went like, I didn't hold the phone up. He went, it's the same. What's the Samsung like? Are they any good? So I know he ended up with a new phone. I know, but if he's not if Lemonhead's not on computer, I know Lemonhead's got a he's on Facebook, Lemonhead, because I've got him as a friend on Facebook. But I don't know if that messenger is the Facebook Messenger is attached to his phone or no, as in on his actual Facebook. Because I've been trying to get hold of him. Because he said something about his foot or something. I know, it turned over to, you're right, it turned over to Meta. Oh, me too, right, so you've been trying to get hold of him. I know, because he must have been on it during the week, because he was going to do an auction on the Friday, and then Friday came and it passed, and I'm like, he says he's got to do one, and then nothing happened. And I'm thinking, I hope he's alright. That's it, I've been watching the other streams in case he turns up somewhere. Because sometimes he'll turn up in a panel. Sometimes I've seen him turn up in a panel and you don't expect him to be there, and he's jumped on the panel. And they're like, fucking grab a hold of him while he's there. Sometimes you feel as if you're stalking them, trying to get hold of them, because you see them everywhere. Sometimes he'll turn up at Georgie's. Sometimes he'll turn up at NC Kitty's. Sometimes he'll turn up at somewhere else where you didn't expect him to turn up. That's what I'm saying. You talk about somebody and it's like as if they his son turn up. But he turned around and told me one day, he's like, he said something as in one of his streams, and he sometimes he lurks. Sometimes when I'm doing live streams, sometimes he lurks on the live streams, but he just doesn't, he'll no comment. Sometimes he'll be watching. So sometimes as in he'll be watching my stream from time to time when I come on. And he'll be there, but he'll not say nothing. Because there's actually four people in here. I know I see Irish collectors as in saying things. You're saying things and Dingmate and Andrew's about, but there's another person that's lurking, that's not speaking. So it might be he might be watching. Come on, you bastard. Number 5's Lucky Star, but it's been pulled. It's always the last two bloody numbers. That's fine, still will. We were talking about thing with Penny Queen's trying to get a hold of whoever bought that box, there's a box that was bought or purchased, and the person's name's Carol Nyberg, and Penny's doing the bits and pieces because she's after the 1959 dime. But the reason why she's got to have that one is because it's got a die crack. It's totally different from just a normal 1959. You could get a 1959 dime, but it wouldn't have what's on this one. So she's after that one in particular and trying to get a hold of the person that actually purchased it, or supposedly purchased it. But we've never heard of the name before. And I know the guy was trying to get a hold of Lemonhead. He was trying to contact him personally. So what she's trying to do is she's trying to get a hold of either the person that's purchased it, or as in Lemonhead himself. Because as I said, he was just basically, what he was doing was he got to a stage where he pulled up a box, like a medium priority box, and all he was doing was he was talking, and the next time he was just taking handfuls like that and then just throwing them in. He was just throwing them in the box, or he was looking at certain ones and he was telling the people in the chat as in about the coin itself, and then he was just basically going like that and throwing them in. Because I started bidding the boxes up because I had the money. I had money sat there in the bank. I keep so much in the bank. What happened was I knew that money was coming in, but I just didn't know when it was coming in. So I knew that I would be fine within the next week or so, or the next 4 to 5 days, because it came in a certain date. Because I get a notification on a Friday for the bank, and it texts me and it tells me how much is available. And on the Friday, the bank time me sent a text message, and I noticed it was more than it should be. So then when I looked at the list of the statement itself, and when I looked at the statement, it showed me that the monthly money had been in, and I thought, oh, good. I thought that gives me more buying power for to buy. So I was like, I commented on the last video he done, because the video I'd been doing, instead of doing it on the laptop, he done it on the phone. And it was like that small. So I commented on it and says, I wonder if you're doing an auction as in when the next auction will be, or something to that effect. I know, Steel Q. I know. He's dealing with a lot of things, right? I know. He's dealing with a lot of things right now. I know. So it will take him a bit of time to respond. I know that. Because we try to think another way of getting in, because he couldn't get into the PayPal. And he says, I'll need to time me do it the other way or something. And Crazy Cat Woman says, he redone your something about your forgot password or something like that. There's an app on you can do the app on the phone or something like that. Because you needed to see who'd paid and who hadn't. Because if you know how much your bill is or whatever, can you make sure you put payment in the PayPal account? Aye. I'm the same PQ. It must be at least 3 years. Because I've got stuff for way back that thing I bought off a Lemonhead Penny. It rolls as in this. I think I showed still real cute. I think as in I've got pennies for way back, rolls. But I've got a box that's down the stairs as in the cupboard, and it sits on the flare, and it's about that big. about that, and it's all full of penny rolls all the way through. But as I'm saying, I want to be able to open them eventually up and start as I'm no looking for errors or varieties out of them. I'm just wanting to take 2 coins, as I said, 2 coins at the top or the bottom of them, and go like that with the rest of them, as in start putting them into little packages and start just churning them out. That's what I'm up to, churning them out. So eventually they go back in, because that's what I want to do, put them back into the community again. Because there's some nice ones, you're talking about BU pennies and all that, Caron. Canadians, and as in, I think they're more. There's only so many wheats I've got, or so many rolls of wheats I've got, but some of them are actually after the wheats. And there's really nice ones. I know, because I remember when he used to do the wee. Do you remember Penny when he used to do the wee labels, and every week there would be different coloured labels. When he used to do the labels, and you used to get there would be a yellow one, and then it'd be a green man, then the following week it'd be a green man, then it'd be a blue one, then it'd be a lilac, and then it'd be a lilac, and then it'd be a lilac one. But it always had like a lemon in the middle of them. Was like a lemon, right? And it had a face on. It actually had a face on it, on the lemon, and it would have the wee googly eyes. He used to print him off himself at one stage. So he did, as in that printer of his. Well, what I've done is I've held that stock back for way back then, as in all the way through. And I got to a stage and Mum's like, "Oh, how many more is to come? How many more boxes is to come in?" And I was like, "Well," and she's like, "Have you stopped buying?" And I'm like, "No." As soon as she's like, "No, again, man." She says, "How long? How many is this? How long was this going to go on for?" I'm like, "Well, I'm not stopping," because my mum was the same. He never stopped. My man never stopped buying. He was constantly doing it, and then he would stock it up. But he had a thing that it would go in either that. It would either go in this cupboard here up here, or it would go in that other cupboard down the stairs. And he'd plank everything because she used to absolutely go daft. It was stuff that he would bring in, and it would only be in here like a couple of days. I remember train stuff bringing in, and he's like, "I found this," or "I hoarded this," as in a full chain set or with vintage chain stuff, and he'd be like, he's like, "Just let you see it," and then about 2 days later, it was gone. He'd it sold. There was never a time where there was something be lying for so long, unless he wasn't sure of who actually would buy it off him. Because like radio stuff and that, sometimes you would keep hold of until you get it working, or to get it to a sensible level, and then all of a sudden you clean it up or tidy it up a bit, and then about a week later or something, like 2 weeks later, it would be gone. But another one moved out. Because it was only the ones that was needing parts that was kept a order. And then he'd have it like for about a month or 2 months or something like that. And Mum would be cracking up about it. And he'd be like, will I bin it or will I no? And then he's like, if I bin it, I bet you about a week later I'll have another one come in. And I'm sure as fate, he would throw it out, and that's exactly what would happen. He'd be like, I had that about lying about a month, that other one, waiting for the part coming in for that. Because he'd always taking ones for donors. But that's who put me into all these as in the donor parts, as in keeping stuff for donors. Because I've got donor phones and all that for way back. Mum's like, what you got to do with all these? I'm not getting rid of them because they might need them. Might want to turn in. How long are you going to keep hold it for? Well, I don't know. It could be. Well, why don't you just Why don't you just fling it? I was like, that's money. There's money laying there. Don't you understand that? Aye, but you tell me the place, it's untidy. I was fucking doing my tits in the last two numbers. Number 8's Andrews. Right, let's do. If that comes round to number, if that comes round, I need number 7 for Irish. So that if number 4 comes round, I'm going to turn around and say that's number 7 because that's number 7 in that board. And I need number 2 for Penny Q. So I need number 2 is number 1. So I need number 1. I like to try and get it finished. Oops. Oh, how did that happen? Number 7. I'm fine, Harold. You actually won. That's what I'm saying. Last week you actually won. I'll show you it. I'll actually show you it. If it's in there. Or this the other one. I think this is this week's one. That looks like this week's one. No, it's no. No, it's no. There's yours there. That's Harold's. Fun enough. I know Irish, but I slightly cheated. I slightly cheated on it because I want to try and get it finished. Because it's getting later and I don't want to be. You actually won 2000 and that's what I'm saying about the slab. You actually won 2005. Yes, that's Kansas, 25 cents. That's a deep cameo gem proof. That's what you won. Because that's what I'm saying. You were on number 11. Because that's why it's in your package. So that was first place. So that's what I said. Because we're just trying to figure out how the hell we're going to get them over. How the hell we're going to get them over there. Because that's why the shipping funds there. So to try and help to get packages over. Fuck off. Now I'm getting dinged and all sorts. That's Lucky's, that's the ones that we're looking for. This is the ones we're looking for. That's the ones with Lucky's, not the rest. So that's this week's then. I need to actually date that. That's the 7th. That's 7th one. Dry shaft. We actually done better this week than we've done the hangme the week before. Because they've actually got more. We've actually got more. There's actually more in this bag than what there was as in the other one. It might end up having to take 2 bags to get them all in there. That one's the 7th, so I need to mark this one. No, this one's the 1st, I think. So it's the 1st of July I need to put on this one. 1st of July. That one's the 20, like something like 29th or something like that. And this one's the 29th or the 27th. This one's the June one. June wheel. I'm just going to put it as June wheel. That one's June. That's the bag for July. So we know exactly which ones. We're going to do your one Irish in a minute. I'm just trying to get as and everything marked up so we know exactly. So nothing gets. hell did the other ones go to a minute ago? They're in the drawer. That's good. Right. Right. Irish. 7 or number. He's picked 7, so the number 7. So he's done a 7. He said 7. I know, because the 7 ones are better than the 2s, but the 2s have got a couple of, I think the 2s have got a couple of dimes in them. But what I'm going to do is, if, for instance, that I've got more of the 2s, what I'll do is I'll use the 2s and I'll start sticking them as number 10 and number 7s. No, as I said, Harold, you just stick in as in whatever you can afford, mate. As in, is put as little or as much as you like in the shipping fund. The shipping for over there, as in for other parts of the country, the international tract is about 20 odd. It's about 20 odd quid. But if you what you do is build up a wallet, right? Build up a wallet, and what I'll do is I'll try and put as much as I can possible into that wallet, so that the time as in shipping comes round or shipping is ready for to basically get it shipped, it means then you paid the shipping price or the international price. It means then you've got quite a lot in it instead of doing one at a time, because one at a time you're going to be as in a couple. It's going to be a couple of pound, and then it could take like 4 weeks or 5 weeks. Because that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to, because that's what I'm saying, I do it differently for Dale, and Dale's like, why don't you try this way, why don't you do that way, and I'm like, look, every time I go to the post office, they're telling me this is the price. I ask them for what's the cheapest and what's the dearest, and they're like, well, it's £7 odd for that, and it's £11 odd for this. I'm like, well, which one, why? I'm trying to figure out why is it a different price. But then you get like a, when you do it one way, you only get like a receipt. So it's only a receipt. So it only shows you the PayPal link. Harold is on. See if you go in the about section, it's actually in blue. It's in blue. You go to the about section, you pull the about section down, and you'll see in blue it'll have a PayPal. It says PayPal ME on it. When you go on it, it'll say to you to send money, right? But when it says send money, it'll say month. It'll say as in monthly. Disregard the monthly part. Big country. Disregard the monthly one. Disregard the monthly. And just make it out as in it's you're not paying it monthly. You're only sending a fixed fee. It's easy to do it. Right, so you're number 7. Right, so you're number 7. So you picked a 7. Right, you need to pick Irish. You need to pick. That's fine. Penny Cube, which one you want, and put in the chat either a 7 or a number 2. Irish 1 or 2, 1 or number 2 for the quarter. 1 or number 2. We've only got 2 of them left, the 7s. I've got plenty more of the 7s I can easily put. Right, so number 2 was, so you've got that one. Number 2 was a 2019. Nice one too as well. Really nice one. I went like that, looked at them when I went corner part. I went, what the hell's been on that? I'm like, there's a bit there, and I was like, is that a dirt marker? I was like, is that a what? that a watermark? And I'm like, I didn't wash them. And I'm thinking, maybe that's when they put them, maybe they put them through a bath or something, as in before they put them in rolls. And I'm like, that's yucky looking at the boat with that. I went, I don't want name ones. So I picked this, I'm saying I picked the nice ones out. I picked the ones with, you just see on the corner, just on the corner, there's a little blemish, as in on that side of it. You can just see it in the mirror, and actually it looks like a watermark. But I didn't, because I don't touch them. So it could have been when they've been going through the mint process, unless the coins were lying somewhere, unless it came off the box as in what they've been sat in. But the rear of it's beautiful. But what do you expect? Fucking coins. That's not good. There's a lot of things that. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to pick out the best. I'm trying to pick out the thing with best stuff, and I'm trying to not let them lay too long, and I'm trying to not make sure that there's no ink marks or anything that maybe it'll get affected. The coin will get affected by. So that's Irish C. And we've only got number. So it's Irish C. No, because I'm looking at the thing with the PayPal and there was a £5 donation or something like that. I thought, who the hell is that? And then I actually emailed it. That's fine. It's only what you can afford. I'm not Harold, I'm not forcing anybody's hand up or back. I said it's not compulsory, only if you want to, but don't ever, honest to God, don't ever leave yourself short, mate. Because if you did do that, I'd be after your backside, because I would just, if I found out that somebody did that and they left themselves short, I would be refunding their money back, because I wouldn't like anybody leaving themselves short, because I know what that's like. I've been there. When I was with my ex-partner and all the rest, and when I was building as in other businesses with my old man, I've done it in the past, and it's not a pretty sight you want to be. Not a pretty sight you want to be in. You're trying to make it up as much as you possibly can, and then you're scratching your ass thinking to yourself, where the hell am I going to get my next bit of money for? And you're trying to think of every possible way around it without going in and stealing or blagging things. So we've only number two to do. And then I think what we'll do is we'll do first. I think, guys, as in since I think what we'll do is we'll do our first prize, and then we'll do another. I think we'll do another one. I think we'll do two tonight, and then that's it. That'll be the end of the show. So we've only just to do penny cues now. I'm trying to spin it as in all a wee bit to see if I can get it to go on penny cues number. See if I can. Obviously, I must be heavy-handed, because that's a way past. No, wasn't enough. I'm trying to find out what the right what the right speed is, so that basically it'll go, because it's the last number I need. It's number 2 now. I'm taking that it's number 2. Everybody says to me, somebody says to me, is that got a switch behind it? No, it doesn't. But then I'm thinking to myself, I want to try and get it finished so that I can go on, because it ends up in the last 4 hours. So I'm trying to watch, as Brissy says, you're only 20 hours a month. So I'm trying to watch, because that's like 4 hours. It's like 4 hours and thingy, so that's 8 hours. So that's 4 and that's 8. That's 8. So I've only another, I need, as in if I do another 5, only 5 times, so that's like 4, 8, 12, 16. So it's like, as in I need to watch the amount of hours. Number 2, and I think I take number 7 for Penny Q's. So she's got a 51. There's a 51S. She's got one that's in BU. She's got a 51S. She's got a 50 pence coin. She's got a 50 pence coin. I can see it. There's a 50 pence coin. And then she's got a 51p. There's a 51p. And then she's got the thing donated by MFC. So she's got, but she could have had the 2. She could have had the 2 one. And then what did we gear for the? Did we gear an 83 Irish? What do you think? Did we gear an 83? Because Penny Q likes the older ones better than she does the younger ones. I think we'll gear the ring with a number 1. I think we'll gear an 83 to Penny Q. So that's Penny Q's one. That's Penny Q's. Harold, I forgot to say, as even though you're in the chat, which one do you want? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? I forgot to say. As in for your quarter. Because everybody it was to Daz and it was in the chat. So your number, I picked the wrong one. Number one is 83 quarter. There's your one. Because that was my apology the night, as in because what happened is Mum came up the stairs and she heard the clacking. She went into her room and all of a sudden she heard the clacking. She goes, "What the hell are you doing in that room?" I says, "I'm busy with the thing, I'm busy with the wheel. She says, "I hope that's not going to go on any long. Hope that's not going to go on any longer," she says. As in any longer. So I knew she was in a funny mood. So I went like that to the door, right? So I went like that to the room door and shut it slightly. And I could still hear it. I says to Andrew, I says, right, Andrew was still here at the time. Andrew says, "I'm going at standing nearly that time already." I says, "Okay." I says, I'll see you later. So just as before I said see you later, I said, "I need to cut it anyway." And he started the funny face with the thing with the fucking tears thing me as the sweat and tears. Ha ha ha, laughing. I say, you can laugh. It's funny. So I need to cut it off. I says I need to cut it off. But I hadn't finished the thing I hadn't finished the wheel, as in the people that were still on the wheel on the wheel. I hadn't finished it. So I'm like, well, I need to put it into either next week. Either next week. I thought to myself, I said, I need to put it into next week. I said, because it means then that there's people that's no, and I hadn't even picked two at the first place. So nobody had got first place. So nobody knew who was first place at all. So then it ended up, that meant then that nobody won first place. And I thought, that means then it's going to roll into next week. And I thought, there's no way I'm going to roll it into next week, because it means then I've got that last week's stuff and this week's stuff and that the following week's stuff to do. I thought, no, what I'll do is I'll either do it Saturday. So Saturday came and I was fucked. I was knackered. I was like, I'm tired. I'm actually knackered. I was drained. And I'm like, every time I go to wake up, my eyes were heavy. And I'm like, I try to keep my eyes open, and I kept going like that. And I thought, if I get up, if I actually move, I'm going to get up, and then I'm not going to go back to sleep again. But as I was like laying there, I thought, fucking eyes were heavy, and I'm like, I'm trying to keep them open. And I thought, nah, not tonight. It's too. I thought it's too much. I thought it's too much. I thought I'll do it. Thing there. I said to myself, I hope Sunday. So I was wide awake this morning, and I was hoping for Mum coming back, because Mum is away. My aunties with my auntie, that she got asked over or something like that to come over to take me as to keep her company or whatever. She says, I'll go over. But I had a funny feeling that I was going to get a text tonight saying, by the way, I'm not coming in tonight. So I was like, yes. I was like, yes. So I says to Andrew, right, I'm going to get something to eat. This was about 5 o'clock. So I'm going to get something to eat. And just ring me as, and she's not in. I'm going to order a takeaway. I'm going to order my favourite, like a lunchbox, because ring me, this lunchbox, it's quite big. Lunchbox, I'm going to order a lunchbox. I says, no, I'm going to, and he's like, as soon as I showed him the box, and he's like, is that a Chinese? I'm like, no. It's like, no. I said, so he's like, what is it? I took a picture, showed him it. He says, there you go. He says, look at that. He says, that looks lovely. He says, I'm just going to hang me. I said, about half an hour. So I'm just going to get a quick bite. I said, and then I'm going to put this on, and I'm going to get through this, because I want to get it done. Right, so we've got two of them. Right, and they're only getting one winner gets one, and somebody else will get the other one. Right, I'm going to do two tonight, because I've got quite a few. I got quite a few bits and pieces, as in for first prize anyway. Right, so as in my apology to the winner, or the people that was supposed to be in Fridays. That's my apology. Right, so we're going to do a first one, and then we're going to do a second one. Right, so the first one is, and we're going to do a big spin. We're not going to do a wee spin. We're going to do a big spin, and whoever it falls on, that's who wins. So that's number 10. And number 10 is numbers 10 is 70. Is 70. Is 70. Is 710. Is 710. So we have that to go into 710's pile. And we need to find 710 where 710 is. So there's Darryl, Bob's, and there's 710s. So he's got we need to mark it in the book. He's got a chair. This is so it's all done properly. Set that up. there a minute, and we're going to take that, and we're going to 710, we're going to put, he's got a Jefferson, so he's got Jefferson, so he's got a 2008 Jefferson, 2006, 2006D slab, so 710 is one dart, so that goes into his package. So I know that's 710s. So there's about that. There's 710 has got about what, I don't know much as in what much 7 coins are worth, but I know that itself is worth about 15. Is about worth about 15 quid on its own. That slab. So he's got that. And then, as I said, because as in me saying his apology, I'm gonna do another one. So I'm going to do another one, but as in 710 can't win another slab. So if his comes up and it falls in number 10, I need to spin the wheel again, because you can't have two. You can only have one prize, one main prize. So I'm going to spin it again. I can't believe it. I actually fell and hit number 10 again. It must be wanting it to go on number 10. And number 3 wins it, so that's actually drive shaft Drew, and that's a 2005. It's a 2005 P. Number 3. So it's number 3. 2005 P. So that's us finished, guys. That's it done. So that's 3 ones done. That's that. USA. $10 and so that's them got. So that's that. That's them done, and that's that sorted. Because it actually worked out better. Because as in the other week there, that basically as in we got a better response as in when what we did the first one. That's what's left. That's what's left of that. That's that one done. That's that sorted. That there. That's the levels. That's those. That's that. That's sorted. That's that sorted. That's that done. That's that, guys. So, science!